Welcome to the Dungeon House, where a bunch of regular people with regular jobs gather to play Dungeons and Dragons. We aren't professionals, so if you hear food ASMR or a baby in the back, just understand it's normal. This show is recommended for those 13 and up. The music you'll hear is brought to you by William Heaton and various other artists. We're glad that you're here to share in the fun and laughter, as well as the challenges along the way. So come on into our home, take a seat on the couch, and enjoy the Dungeon House.
Are we live now?
Yeah, we're live right now.
We're live. Oh, we're live? Hi, guys. Our friends are visiting. That's why we're all here. Bye, guys.
Hey, not bye to the stream, though. You're still here, please.
Disclaimer. The reason for the title Dungeon House, as was previously stated in the introduction, this is a family. You're going to hear babies cry. You're going to hear people make plans and try to exercise so you avoid the dad bod. So, well, Chase is fine because he's awesome. But anyway, that's what's going on.
Anyways, welcome to the Dungeon House. We are here now. The McKay and Tori are going to go grab their dinner. And so while they're doing that, maybe we could have a little bit of well, first off, there's one person that we need to introduce, and it's David's choice. Or
David's new friend.
David's great pleasure to introduce this new friend.
Oh.
One sec.
It's the necessity of everyone else that this person be introduced.
Oh, he's so
For those
cute.
who are listening on the podcast,
Oh.
David got a new puppy, and he's really cute.
He's an
Oh, thank
Alaskan
you.
Klee Kai. So he's
Oh.
going to be a little miniature husky.
Oh.
So,
So cute.
Is
Oh no.
he a howler or is he chill? Because huskies are typically howlers, but he's not a howler, so I don't know.
he is not. He'll, yap if we're playing,
Oh, that's good.
but that's just about it. So,
That's awesome. That is so fun. Anything else exciting happen for anyone this week?
yeah. Anybody?
McKay yelled he's doing student body at our college.
No, student elections.
Student elections, and he's running unopposed, so
His college.
he's won
In
already.
the bag.
Cool.
He's the new representative.
That's called getting the votes, or
Free.
yeah, like just destroying the competition before it even starts.
There you go.
I didn't do. I did my homework one day this week.
That's awesome.
Is that good as in like you only had homework one day? Or bad as in I'm really behind on homework?
I have plenty of stuff to do. I just didn't want to do it because stress levels were getting quite high. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to take some time for myself and with Chase. And it was great. And here we are.
Yeah, I have been stressing. It's been a pretty busy week. I was so tired at the beginning of today, and I was like thinking, man, we got D&D tonight, and I'm so tired. I was like, I just know once we get to it, like the second when the energy was going to kick in, and it has, and so I'm feeling a lot better. So I'm really excited to have some fun playing Dungeons and Dragons tonight.
Just a heads up for all of our players and people. If you don't have your video showing now, it won't show up on the stream. So just so you know, I changed something so it only shows everyone that has a video up. So
Can they still hear us?
yeah, they can. What?
I can still hear
Okay.
you, right?
Yeah, they can still hear us, but you'll just be
Okay.
not shown on the stream. So, and if we don't like
Okay.
that, I'll change it back. But
It's whatever.
We'll see how it goes. But anyways, I think it's about time to do a recap of what happened last week. I'm just gonna pick someone randomly, just to have a little fun. Unless we don't really want to do that, then I can just give it. But Brandon, would you like to give us a little recap of what happened?
Of course. So after being all gathered together, wanting to join an organization known as the Vigils, our characters, our people, the group was kind of just plunged into this sort of trial, or what we assume is a trial, as part of the tryouts. In like a forest, we came across a sort of cabin, and while approaching it, we saw that a man in the cabin was kind of messed up, had like tentacle arms, a scary eye, just like basic stuff. He seemed to be dead. He had a ring on his finger, and then like an undead skeleton army came to attack us. After basically beating them up out of necessity, we came to the conclusion, or I guess what we knew, is that a man, Zolaire, is looking for something known as the conduit that is needed for use of like a rod of regeneration that he has. And that's why the army came to the house. So we're kind of still in the dark, trying to find other people in this forest. We kind of took some time to bond a little bit, play some party games. I think that's that. Did I miss anything?
You shared a great dinner. Read some literature that you found in the cabin that you were in, which pointed you as a group to decide to start a journey. One day southwest towards what a location that was mentioned was. The location that was mentioned was a cabin named Olivia's cabin, and it mentioned that other recruits had been trained there previously, and so you're trying to see if you can figure out what's going on, see if you can get a little more intel down there. We last left off with all of you kind of gathering up your stuff, walking over the emaciated corpses that you left behind of the skeletons at this old cabin, and just being chipper, getting ready to go out on a good old walk about with your party. Having left Baron a glowing emblem at the front of the party to walk 50 feet in front of everybody, just cannon fodder sort of thing. And everyone else is.
I think Pinky was also scouting up ahead as well.
Yeah,
was
stealthily.
And you guys are grabbing the man that basically is dead for the most intense, except for when he's not. You're carrying him in a stretcher. It's 4:00 somewhere, and that means that you guys are walking southeast.
Real quick question, Chase.
Yes.
How long have we all been out and about, if that makes sense?
So you guys woke up.
Well, I mean, in general, like
Today.
Since the start of the trip.
Well, I was basically going to allow you to, if you want to, you can roleplay for a little bit. I will have someone do, whoever's leading this charge or whoever wants to assist as well, do survival checks. If anything, it might be easiest just to have one person, and then whoever would like to assist, you can give them an advantage. But if you want to do it as a group in separate ones, you can. Yeah, let's just do some survival checks then. Let's do that first, and then we'll get to kind of what's going on.
Could I have a question as well before we do that? Is it possible that I could have searched for like a hammer at the cabin, or are we too far gone that that's just?
I think you guys have. We already left when we started that, so it's a big world out there. You might be able to find another hammer out there. There's plenty of hammers in the forest. person from you.
in the forest.
Yeah. Who would like to do the survival check for us? As leading the jaunt through this.
I vote
woods.
Pinky. That's my vote.
I got a 15.
You got 15? All right, good. All right. So as you guys travel, the sun is slowly starting to set. The canopy above is pretty thick, so it does block a lot of the light. So it's hard to tell specifically where the sun is, but you can tell it's getting darker, and it has that almost feel of the afternoon to it as you guys are walking. Many of these trees seem old, quiet, and as you guys leave, the fog starts to kind of like fade away, and you can even see some of the last rays of sunlight shining through the tree canopy down to this area. You notice that around you, this is very thick forest with these tall, old, deciduous trees going up and very much of a thick undergrowth underneath. You can see that this forest seems to be teeming with life as you hear birds chirping and kind of the rustling of leaves away off, maybe a stick breaking too far away. Is there anything you guys would like to do as you're traveling?
How far into the travel have we been? Not very long.
I'd say about 30 minutes.
30 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's still early afternoon.
As we're going, I'll kind of I'm ahead of everyone, right? By like 30 feet or so.
Yeah.
I'll kind of call out in a lower voice. Pinky, are you around?
Yes?
So I've had something on my mind ever since I met you. I've been wanting to ask.
You go on a date with me.
Piggy's gonna fly down and just kind of hover next to your shoulder. Like almost on top of it, but not quite.
Okay. So, when I was little, I was always told that you're not supposed to give a fae or fairy your name. Where does that come from? I was always told that if you guys gave a name, then
Okay.
you would steal it. Is that true?
We fairies like to play tricks. And the easiest way to trick someone, and those that know them, is by knowing their name. So if you give us your name, then I don't know. I've never actually taken someone's name before, so I don't really know all the I don't know.
Well,
But I
I
have
guess
heard of fairies doing pretty awful things with names. But we fairies like to keep our secrets.
Interesting. Well, what brought you to the vigils?
That's kind of a long story.
I think we got time.
Well, we probably do. Well, I was kind of shamed out of my little fairy village, and they told me not to come back until I find something super amazing. And I thought that I could find something super amazing with the vigils.
Oh man, tough luck.
Yeah.
What'd you do to get shamed?
Well, you see, fairies
quite like other towns. We have our own sort of rules. Like I said, fairies like to play tricks. And that's all fun and games and good unless you get caught.
So you got caught.
If you get caught, I got caught. But it's okay. It was a bad trick, actually. I don't know. But yes, so if you get caught, then everybody who wants to comes and sits on, it's not really a jury, but it's kind of like, it's basically everyone gets together and they get to decide how they're going to humiliate you.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So I was spun around in the spinning barrel 100 times and then sent walking in whatever direction I could and can't come back until I find something wonderful.
And what constitutes wonderful?
You know, it's not very clear. Honestly, it's probably just something that they've never seen before. And fairies have seen a lot of things. I don't know. I could just find something wonderful anywhere. But I don't know. I have a family and I don't want them to be humiliated because I was humiliated. So I'm going to bring things back extra wonderful because I don't want them to be upset with me.
You have a family, like mom, dad, siblings?
Yeah. I have 2 families, actually. But that's okay. I've talked a lot. What about you? Why are you joining the Vigils?
Some people that I care about asked me to do it.
Like your family?
You could say that, yeah. They thought I needed something different to do with my life, and so they asked me to do this. So I'm doing it for them.
Something different. What were you doing?
I was a farmer.
Isn't that a good thing to do?
Yeah, but I wasn't farming my own land, so I guess I need to go find my own place.
I guess that makes sense. Sometimes you gotta strike out on your own to find new family, a better place. That's what I did.
Yeah. Hey, well, I hope that you find that amazing thing. I wish you the best in that. So.
Yeah. About that time, Pinky, you'd see pass in front of the path this dragonfly that is greenish, bluish, like, you know how like carapace on bugs sometimes like changes color depending on how you look at it, and its wings are almost like this bright yellow, electrifying look to them, and it's like zipping around, and it comes kind of up close to you too, zipping around in front of you, and then it kind of darts off into the bushes.
Pretty, did you see it? Can I catch it? She's gonna look back, and I'm sure she's not gonna be able to catch it, but
You can certainly try.
Go ahead and try it. Let's see what you're made of.
all right, Pinky's gonna try and catch it.
Make a dexterity check. Acrobatics.
Okay. Acrobatics. Okay.
Um,
That is a 21.
yeah. I was thinking like, oh, this is with her being able to fly, it's probably like 15. Yeah, you're like, oh, I can do it, and it goes, and you go, it's like almost like the anime, and like you show up right now, and like, whisper, and he goes, nutty. But yeah, you are able to catch this dragonfly. Yeah, it as you're holding it in your hand, it kind of looks up at you with its bug eyes. Tries to flap its wings.
And she's gonna fly back to, wow, I'm blanking on your character's name, McKay.
Baron.
Baron, I knew that. She's gonna fly back to Baron and she's gonna show it to him. All careful not to hurt it.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Seems like you
it's
caught a
really
good
pretty.
one, huh?
I did! Is there anything special about this?
It's pretty.
Nothing? It's pretty. Okay. She's
Nice
just
try.
gonna let it go now. Bye-bye!
With that, we'll with the group back about 50 feet or so. Is there anything going on there?
Sorry, one more thing, Faith, real quick. Or Opal. I just want to say I'm keeping an eye out for any, as we're walking, and I'm at the front, I'm keeping an eye out for any dangers, so, like, any traps, potentially, or, like, anything like that, or any, like, any predators or anything that would, be stalking us or anything like that.
Yeah,
So, just so you know, I'm keeping an eye out for that.
make a perception check and let me know what it is, and then
You guys can do your thing, sorry.
we'll go.
Opal would be at this point kind of looking down, and kind of pondering about something, and then she'll decide, okay, it'll be good. And she'll approach Ren. Yeah. And Opal shall say, so Ren, right? That's what it was, right? Ren?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I feel like we kind of got off on the wrong foot due to my lack of in-combat experience. So I was curious if we could maybe strategize with one another for the future so we don't have one of those incidents again.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. So it appears to me that you're more kind of strategize yourself to avoid intense conflict such as battle. Is that a correct assumption, or just wow, don't assume Opal, something like that?
Well, I mean, in a sense, yeah. I just don't want to risk anybody's lives. And that's not to say, like, I don't want to... I'm totally against killing people. But if nobody dies, that's better than one person dying. Even if it is... Like, if nobody dies, that's better than one of us getting hurt. I just don't want to risk that.
Yeah.
I just... I wouldn't call myself a pacifist, but maybe just, I find it's easier and more worthwhile to try to make friends and form strong bonds and get out of dangerous situations.
I agree. That honestly sounds like a very good plan and one to keep in mind for the future. And it makes good stories, like the whole carrot finger. Oh my goodness. I can't believe they bought that. But yeah.
They bought it at first. I know it was a dumb idea, but I figured it was worth a shot. I just had the hope. And sometimes that's enough to get you through.
Exactly. I think it was a great idea, and it was working. I just misinterpreted, again, charge.
I mean, I did as well. I just wasn't as ready as you were, so I'm not mad. I'm sorry if I offended you, but I just wanted to kind of point it out. Like, we need to be more careful, or else we'll end up like this guy. And I'll kind of gesture down to the guy that me and Pablo are carrying on the
See,
street.
his mouth is partially open and just drooling,
Ew.
slowly down his face.
That's
Gross.
gross. Yeah. Well, now thinking more about it, I think we both have the same perspective in mind, as we both want to preserve our friends. Well, I think we're friends. Is that safe to say?
Sure. Yeah.
We're friends. Yes. And so we are prepared for battle and also prepared to manipulate the situation for our behalf. So I think that's something we have in common. So that's good.
Yeah. I again, like I was really kind of, we started off on the wrong foot, and I feel like I was a little forceful in getting our feet back on track, but yeah, I think we're pretty good. After all, we did make it out of that alive, but again, some of us did get hurt, and I don't want anyone to get hurt in the process of who I'm trying to heal.
Yes. That makes sense.
It's about at this moment that plodding up next to you, Opal, is Moss on his goat Philip.
Oh.
He looks at you and says, "Hey, you at the armor and the axe.
Yeah, Moss. Right.
Yeah, your name's Apple.
But change the I to an O.
Oh. Hey, could you hold this for me?" And he holds up like the reins for the goat, and kind of gestures it for you to take.
Yeah. Before I do that, is he trained or she? No. Yeah. Is it trained?
Good enough for me. As you kind of take the reins, the goat just keeps plodding along. Like,
Okay, it's a good goat. Okay.
next to you.
How to said that to myself, not out loud.
You can see that it seems to be very intently staring at the man in the stretcher, though, like just as it's walking.
Oh.
Though, as you take the reins, Moss kind of settles down on the goat, and then just you can see like he kind of sinks into his chest and just starts kind of softly snoring, like he's just sleeping.
Well, okay, I'm cool. I'm walking the goat. Cool. Well, I had another question for you, Ren. Since we're still getting to know everybody, so why are you here, respectively? What made you want to join the Vigils?
I'm basically I'm hoping to join to learn more. More than I could in my home village. There's some things I need to know and find that I think the Vigils gives me a better opportunity to find what I want, find what I need. A lot more than I would sitting back at home. Because Vigils are everywhere. I've heard stories. I mean, they are kind of your one-stop shop in terms of adventure. And adventure is where I think it might be one of the best ways to learn. That my father always told me that about the adventures that he used to have, and I just hope that I can have an ounce of the same experiences and take them back home to my village where they can help people.
Well, that's really honorable of you to look up to your elders and also serve your community and, take the risk of leaving your town or area to learn those things. I relate to that quite a bit as I'm here to also learn and explore and kind of find myself. To be honest, we're kind of lost, but we're also not. So, but I'm lost. So, we're still trying to figure things out. But yeah, I wanted to join the Vigils to be able to experience for myself life and understand more of my purpose with balancing who I am. So, kind of complex, but overall, you go on those crazy journeys, self midlife crisis to be like, I need to find myself. That's basically where we're at. So, if that paints a picture.
I guess so, yeah. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is yet, but I know it was important that I needed to, leave home and kind of find myself. So hopefully that'll happen. I'm not going to think about if it doesn't, so we're good. Yeah.
And I'll kind of look at our little entourage, and I'll just say like, yeah, I think something's gonna happen, something good.
So, where are we trying to head to? You said that there were some caves, I think, midway through.
What?
You said that there were some caves or something?
Okay.
Hey, Pinky, will you go back and tell them what I was saying?
Okay, that's what you try to say. Hey guys, Baron wants to know. Sorry. Baron wants to be reminded exactly where we're going.
It's like from here to the tree.
Well, we're headed southwest, and on our way there should be perhaps some caves that we could run to and set up for a longer rest if needed.
Okay,
But we're keeping our eyes out for another hut. I assume similar to the one we just left.
okay. Just gonna fly back to Baron and relay the information.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, okay. Just keep going.
Is Elia present?
That is a good question. Is Elia present? Not sure.
Okay.
Elia is taken care of.
I think he might have ran his puppy outside. Not like
He
ran
for
off.
a jog.
He's running his dog. He said walk, and the dog would not stop. No. I think.
Well, I think that Adelaide would probably attempt to get to know Elia a little bit better, but if the mascot is being taken care of right now, maybe we can roleplay that later.
Yeah.
I'll come up and talk to Baron and Pinky.
Opal and Ren and Dead.
You have options.
Well, I think maybe then after she would have been talking to Elia, maybe she would kind of go up ahead as she is responsible for the banishment of Baron. How's it going up here, everyone?
It's fine.
Going great.
Well, we have the two best people as our lookouts,
The path is pretty well
Thank
lit.
you.
So
and it looks well lit.
thanks to you.
You're welcome. So, well,
Spit it out. What are you trying to say?
well, you see, I was just wondering if it might be appropriate for me to ask the both of you perhaps a little bit more of where you came from and why you're here.
By all means, what do you want to know?
Well, I would like to know where you're both from. This is so that I don't make a similar mistake as insulting the fashions from your homelands. I have to apologize to Moss once he wakes up.
You look back and he is like almost looking up. But he's sleeping soundly. It's surprising.
Recently I'm from Merrill.
You would know that Merrill is one of the towns close by to Felmore and Felsau. It's one of the farming communities to the west of them.
Yes, we get excellent imports that come from Merrill quite often.
Wouldn't know.
good land, good farming.
That it is.
Did you do any farming yourself?
Nope, never touched a shovel in my day.
Never touched a shovel. Well,
Nope.
now that's something we have in common.
No, of course yes. I've been farming the land there for 3 years now.
Oh. This is what they call sarcasm, isn't it? Delight.
I'll just nod my head.
Pinky, where are you from?
Sorry. DM question. It's the Rovine, right?
That's where you grew up, yes.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I had it right. I was looking through my notes and I couldn't find it. I'm from, I was born in the Rovine. In a little fairy town whose name I can't remember either because I made it up.
Soria Hollow, if I remember correctly. Does that sound
What
correct?
was it again?
Soria Hollow.
Yes, that's what it is. In Soria Hollow. Thanks.
Would I know anything about Rovine or Soria Hollow?
Yes. So, and this is for most everyone here. This is for all of the party members, just kind of giving a little bit more about the road line. So, the way that the continent where you're all from, Yavna, is set up, that down to the south, there is 3 nations that have kind of conjoined together as city-states. They're Vipronoi, Tepesh, and Turku. They've kind of formed an alliance of the princedom of these different princes ruling different parts of the country down there. Next to that is the kingdom of Zehovik. And below that is where Brandon is from, Lena. So he's at like the southern tip of the continent. Throughout the middle stretch of this whole entire continent, though, separating the bottom half from the top half is this massive country-sized forest that is very deep and dark, known as the Rovine. The Rovine is known for its perils, its dangers, and its connection to the Fey realm, the Feywild, where many magical and Fey-like creatures reside inside its brambles and throughout the woods. It's not an easy journey to partake, and there's not very many towns that you would know about in the Rovine, except for one, which is called Cedar. And it's basically like the one stop in the middle for everyone to go to. If they are traveling, it's like where you get refueled and then you can keep going. And you've heard stories that it's not the most savory places.
I can't remember. Have I been to the Rovine?
You have been to the outskirts,
Okay.
but you've never actually been into the Rovine proper. And then just to finish off my little description, above that you have the country that a good amount of you are from, Theodorn, and to its west is the desert country of Zembozwa. And then above these two are 3 separate kingdoms and countries called Pokalosh, starting from the west and going to the east. Pokalosh, Rashnov, and Tereskova. And that makes up the entire continent of Yavna.
The Rovine. Now that's a place that I've never had the privilege of exploring. And I don't think that many have.
Yeah, not many people like the Rovine, but if you know where to go, then the fairy communities are fun.
Well,
What's it like in a fairy community? You
Well, I
mentioned
kind of...
play tricks, but
I'm sorry, I missed that, McKay. What did you say?
Oh, sorry. You said that you play lots of tricks, but like, do you guys live in trees? Like, what does it look like?
Oh, it just kind kind of depends on where you are and what the fairies like. So a lot of fairies do live in trees. Some of them live in burrows. Some of them live in little houses. Some of them live in caves. The caves are really cool. Scoria, where I'm from, it's kind of a mix of them. And if you get really small fairies, they might live inside smaller plants, which is fun. Anyways, but it's just lots and lots of forests and lots of pretty fairies, and yeah.
It's magical. Someday,
It's magical.
I would love to explore the fairy towns.
Yeah, I would love to take you. Not all fairy towns are very accepting of outsiders.
I have heard. I actually heard a report of one of the merchants that was traveling through the Rovine and actually was turned into a sheep. By fairies, of course.
That must have been a really funny trick. I wonder who did it.
Oh, well, I'm not really sure, but I'm not sure how much truth there is to that, but I wouldn't doubt it. I hear mystical tales from the Rovine, from the travelers that I would get to meet. And unfortunately, I haven't done much exploring myself. It's just magical, simple magical.
Yeah.
It's about
What?
at that moment. Like,
Go ahead.
as you guys are walking, in this conversation, you're about to continue, but you notice, Baron, you've stopped ahead of everyone else, as you were mostly focusing on this conversation. But as you stop, you step and you look down, and where you've put your own foot, a footprint underneath that is already there. Not the footprint of a person, though. You can tell that this almost looks like to be an enormous hoof.
Hey, whoa. Everyone stop.
What is it?
Something's been through this way, but do I recognize... I mean, it's a hoof print, but would I recognize anything else other than that?
So you would notice that after you see the footprint in front of you, you can see that there are, like, you can see where it looks like it pushed through the trees, like stepped through and kept going another way, but then it's hard to tell exactly where the path continues on from both sides. You can tell that it looks like it's heading towards the, like, north. So, like, you guys are heading more southeast right now, and it's kind of going a little bit more of a opposite direction of you guys.
How fresh does it look?
Make a survival check.
15.
15. It looks like it's within a day. Not super crazy new, but it's not super old either. And from the looks of it, like this hoof is bigger than my head.
Okay.
About torso size, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit smaller than torso size, depending on how big your torso is. But
Hey everyone. Seems like there's, I mean, to no surprise, it seems like there's plenty of beasts out here. I don't recognize this one at all. It seems very large, but from what I can tell, it's going away from us, so I think we're okay. But just keep your eyes out as we keep moving.
Pinky's gonna get down onto the ground and she's gonna look at the hoof print, and she's gonna like pick up a little speck from the middle of it and like twist it through her fingers. And would she recognize any of this? Would she be familiar with these kind of?
Make a history check to see if like this seems like anything that you'd recognize.
Nope. I rolled a 2. Where's my history? That's a 4.
You, instead of seeing a hoof shape, you see more of like a heart shape, or maybe it's a four-leaf clover. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yep. She's just gonna keep walking.
Yeah, I'll start walking back up and just say, Adelaide, you were saying that when we were back at the cabin, you said that at 19 you had your something happen. Is that why you're here?
Something?
I don't remember what you said.
Oh, Opal was talking about knowing your purpose. That was Opal, right? Okay. Yes. When I was 19, there's what they call in Felnor. I forgot what it's called. Gotta pull up my backstory. The ceremony is something. It's like a coming of age thing. That is McKay's election platform. Okay, hold on. That'd be so funny if I use that as my backstory, though. Okay, sorry. Yeah. And Felnor, it is a common practice for children of nobility and rich and religious families to have their children take part in the ceremony of the sun. And, well, when I was reading from the ancient texts and giving my vow to protect the country and to live by the law's precepts, I suppose that I was, maybe you could say, blessed with a vision, and some gifts that I beforehand was not in possession of. And I found out that my purpose maybe wasn't to serve the same gods that my parents had, but to do as much as I could to serve. Let's see, what's his name? Yalthoth. to serve Yalthoth, the god of travel and protection and the moon.
Yeah.
It helps to give me direction, and also it helps with my unnaturally beautiful hair.
As you kind of like look at
It shimmers in the light.
I imagine that we're all kind of gathered together again, right?
I'd say
after that.
I'd say it was like
looking.
you guys, like you showed everybody it. Yeah, you were all kind of compressed together. So everyone is here right now.
You seem to know quite a bit about creatures, as well as combat. In fact, I dare say that you may be one of the more experienced fighters among us. And that you say that you've been farming for 3 years, and that doesn't really seem to match up with your skill and capabilities.
I mean, I ain't lying.
Well, what were you doing before the 3 years of farming?
Let's see. I was in the war. I worked on a mine for a bit, and I fled my home country.
Chase, what is the war?
So as
you can
reference
just
for
ask me.
yeah, you could ask him.
Well,
as well.
what I know what the war is.
I feel like I'll let you do a history check.
Okay.
I think it's something fairly easily known about.
Well, I rolled a 3, so maybe.
So, and you know that in Theodorn there hasn't been a war in at least 3 decades. So you are kind of confused on war. Like
And he's from Merrill, so could I assume that it was somewhere else that the war was?
You would assume. Like you're trying to think real quick. Like it's like kind of a mind blank thing. War. It's just not something that you really have experienced a lot of war in your life.
You fled your home country?
Kicked out.
Kicked out. Now that's a little different than fleeing.
Well, same if you look at it the way that I was.
Was this because of the war?
No. I come from a long line of monster hunters, and our country kicked us out. So there's not really any of us left. So most have either been killed or fled.
Well, that wasn't very nice of them.
No, but I've moved past it now.
I agree with Pinky. I would imagine that monster hunters would be something that a country and its people would appreciate.
You would think so, but I guess people got tired of our help, and they just assumed that we became corrupted with magic. So
And you've never held any magic.
nope. But that doesn't mean none of my family did.
True. It's alright that you don't have magic. I've never seen anyone kill 2 skeletons with a fire poker, so.
Thanks. It's been a while since I've wielded anything as a weapon. So
You killed 2 skeletons with a fire poker? That's awesome!
thanks, Peaky. I'm glad I still remember anything about how to use a weapon. So
It's coming in handy for us.
As you guys continue to travel, some of the same type of conversation continues as you're able to kind of make your way through it. The sun is now more setting. It's around 6:30. It's been about an hour of travel. I would like 3 people to roll d6s or d8s for me. Who'd be willing to roll a d8? Brandon, Ren, Pinky, and Hopeful.
You said a D8, right?
Yeah, d8.
Okay.
And then
Do I disclose the number?
Oh.
Yes. 1.
7.
3.
And I rolled a 1 for the podcast. Sorry. I was showing it.
maybe you should watch the stream, huh, people?
Hey, at least we have peace.
Well,
At least there's people.
Impressive.
I mean, as long as they're watching, we're happy. We're happy that you're viewing. Anyways. Or listening. Yeah, if you're not listening, so. Anyways, so as the travel continues, you come through the trail. You, after an hour or so of traveling, you have gone past the little magic mushroom circle that you guys woke up in. There was no other trails really formed from here, but you do notice that now with kind of closer inspection. However, this one is very well worn and nice. There are other game trails around that you can take, and as you take one that seems to be heading in the right direction, it continues off down a path. It's narrow. You kind of have to line up one in front of the other, so that way there's enough room to keep going. The goat every so often will like grab some leaves and munch on it as it's walking as well. Brandon, Pablo, you feel that like the weight of the guy is not too bad. Actually, carrying him with the stretcher, it really helps out with kind of this long distance travel. Though it would probably be nice within the next hour or so to get a rest of just like sit down, take a minute to stretch out. But as you continue walking for about 30 minutes, you come up to You can almost see it through the trees where you're at. You almost see what looks to be a clearing in front of you. And as you kind of approach, you see grass that leads down to a bank that leads out to a massive river that runs kind of parallel of where you're trying to go, and then opposite direction towards the northwest. And it's a good 100-foot cross river with not super crazy fast flowing water, but it's definitely moving. I would like... What's your guys' passive perception, actually?
9.
I forgot.
15?
Just a second.
15 for me, yeah.
13.
13, 12, and 10. All right. Oh, just so you guys know, David is just taking care of some business, and he'll be back
He
when
does
he
to
can.
me as well.
So, as you are all kind of sitting here, Ren, you'd be the only person that notices this. You hear about 30 feet away the sound of almost soft breathing coming
Soft
from
breathing, is that what you said?
yeah, breathing like you can almost hear the inhalation exhalation coming from kind of some taller grass to the south along the bank
So
where
like
you're
in
at.
front of us.
Yeah, like the river's like right in front of you, like over to the south, because like more straight south along the bank, you can hear breathing.
Okay, I'll try to like shush everyone as discreetly as I can, but I still want everyone to shush. And I'll kind of like motion that like I'm hearing something in the grass, in the thrush.
What does that look like? I just want to know how you'd motion that.
I just kind of like kind of shh, and then be like kind of gesture like you're like breathing, like and I'll maybe like gesture like should I throw a rock in that direction?
I'll nod my head, sure. And I'm
Finky's
actually
gonna shake her head.
I'm gonna unsling my bow and just kind of get an
Yes, you
arrow.
guys.
Yeah.
I got
Let's get
this.
weapons ready. I'll get
Finky's gonna.
a smooth stone.
Oh no, Pinky wanted
Pinky
Finky's gonna
was,
put her hand on your hand, and she's gonna say, "I got this," and she's gonna start sneaking over to where the breathing is coming from.
I keep my hand on the stone, just in case.
You're like white knuckle clutching this stuff.
Hopefully clips her shield and touches her javelin. Not quite out, but yeah. Okay.
Just prepared. You got your shield out and you're reaching back ready to throw a javelin. You
Yeah.
have your
Bow with an arrow just kind of
sitting there ready.
Yep.
All right. I would like you to roll a stealth check for me, Pinky.
Oh well. Let's see. Stealth. That's a 13. Dang it.
Let me roll. Actually, what is its passive perception? Give me 1 second. So I open up the book.
It's a walrus.
It's
So I guess David's talking to his landlord. So
that makes sense.
hopefully everything goes well for him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, after checking the stats, I have an answer. I have an understanding of what will happen. So this is what happens. Pinky, as you approach quietly, do you have how are you going about sneaking? Like, describe, are you going around? What's your goal? How are you doing this?
Well, I would imagine that she would fly kind of up and use like the trees to be kind of above it.
Mm-hmm. So as you fly over the trees, kind of like up into the branches, you're kind of looking. You can see almost what looks to be a shape in the grass. You get closer, and as you approach, you kind of turn. You kind of snap a little twig as you're kind of climbing. You see something kind of twitch, and you kind of hold your breath, and you kind of close your eyes, and then you open them, and you kind of turn around and look towards what it is, and you see that what twitched is an ear, and you see a sleeping deer, a doe, in the grass, not 30 feet away from you guys.
Okay. Pinky's going to give a silent sigh of relief. And she's going to stealthily fly back to her friends and say, It's okay, it's just a doe. We could just move on. Unless you guys want to make it our friend.
How do you suppose we get across this river? And you said you said it wasn't that bad, right?
I said it's 100 foot drop.
Yeah.
And it's hard to tell how deep it is. It's not like crazy rapids, but it is definitely moving. So.
I mean, it seems like Pinky will have no trouble getting over the river.
You seem experienced
if it,
with water. Do you have any ideas?
Well, I could always fly a rope across.
I like that idea.
Secure it to something?
Brandon froze. Nope.
Brandon, you're frozen.
No, he's just been still.
You haven't moved in like a minute, and we're like, oh, we lost him. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh, David's back. Or Elia's back.
Elia!
Hi, sorry guys. Craziness, but we're all good. A lot of people
No
just
worries.
Your dog didn't get kicked out, did it?
no.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fine. So just people stopping by and saying happy birthday. So I have to oblige and say hi.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
Anyway, golly, I can't remember your name.
Elia? You guys want to
No.
catch me up real quick?
Not Elia.
If you guys can catch Elia up with what's happened, I'm going to use the restroom.
We found a river.
Your name, Mike Adelaide. Thank you. We've just been talking and getting to know people's backstory. Adelaide did try to talk to you, but you were gone, so I'm sure that will happen. And we're all together. We saw a deer and some footprints a while back, but the deer's right next to us. Deer's fine. We're at a river crossing, and it seems pretty wide across. We're not sure how deep, and I think Adelaide was trying to ask Ren something about the river.
Trying to use a rope.
And then Pinky suggested we could use a rope to go across. But anyway, that's where we're at.
Okay.
You can ask your question.
Love a rope.
Ren, do you have any swimming experience?
I don't want to brag, but I am a good swimmer. But I mean, we could maybe swim across it. Chase, did you say it was like kind of like a rough river?
It's not crazy rough, but it's not like it's not one that you'd want to like let your 10-year-old swim in, but like you think that most, like if you're a confident swimmer,
So it's not like rapids, but it's like it is flowing.
exactly.
Do I see like little like eddies in there? Is that what they're called?
That's like the little like berm that you can see like partially like along
Yeah,
the-
like
Eddies are when the water flows backwards, back.
Yeah, kind of when it kind of
Flow
swirls a little
against.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I'd say that like you would see across the way, like you know how rivers like they usually like kind of divide and then kind of come back with like little kind of islands in the middle and stuff like that. You can see like one kind of farther down and like the water like in that area, and you'd have to hike up a good, like 300 feet and then kind of cut over. But there's that island, and then there's kind of the eddy that kind of swings backwards in that little outcropping of the bay, and then close by is that river as well. But you do notice with the shorter distance to swim, the water does pick up there and it moves faster because there's you know how rivers, when it's wider it goes slower, when it's closer it goes faster.
Ren will, after kind of like looking at the river, he'll say, the water here is rather calm, but if we're trying to swim in it, and even like if it's shallow to walk in it, it will feel pretty strong. So if we could get some sort of rope to hold on to while we walk to keep us in place, or while we swim, that should just kind of pull us along rather than trying to fight the current at all. Or we can try to swim and just kind of go with the current. We'll end up a ways downstream, but I don't see a problem. I think it looks pretty okay. Do I think that? Should I make a check? Should.
I say that what you say is pretty accurate. I think that's good information from an expert.
Yeah, I'm basically my character.
Don't brag, but
I don't know what I was gonna say.
Yeah, we can. Do you guys just want to try and, I guess, go here, just where it's, I guess, not as strong of a current?
Yes, but we should maybe give Pinky a rope to fly across as well.
Yeah, we should probably have the people who don't have heavy armor go first, because I don't think that armor floats.
Yeah, we could test out how deep the river is in the first place. I mean, yeah, I'm good to go first. I'm down to try.
Okay. Rope-wise, I'm out of rope, and we'll need to have 2 people sacrifice their rope in order to have 100 feet.
I don't have a rope.
I don't have rope either.
Did I take the explorer's pack? I did.
Yeah, I do have rope.
I do not have rope.
Before anyone goes across the river, can I look? I mean, I think Ren already did a little bit, but can I look both ways and make sure there's like not just like a bridge or something? We're just trying to like
make a perception check.
Okay. 15.
You do not see anything within the immediate vicinity.
Okay, just double check.
That would
Is there a bridge?
make you understand, like make you have the feeling like, okay, this is where a bridge is at.
Sure. Okay. Just
Have we been following a trail up to this point, or
You were following the trail from the cabin back to the ferry ring, and then you took a game trail, kind of heading in the rough direction of the cabin.
okay, cool.
Opal would have had a ding moment, just like, Opal will stare at the trees and evaluate how tall they are.
You'd say,
Oh, do you want me to check or no?
no, I can tell you how much.
They are?
Make an intelligence check to judge what the height is using the Pythagorean theorem.
Yes.
Figure out the height. Which trigonometric.
Can I make a survival check and kind of see where that game trail? I imagine when you say game trail, it's like travel of like deer and other animals and stuff like that, correct?
Yes.
Can I see if there's like where they tend to normally enter the river? Is that pretty obvious, or?
So this looks like it's a watering hole and stuff like that. Like they come here to drink, and they probably would leave right here and cross. that's what
Would
you
like
can-
would I
No,
like
but-
see like a game trail on the other side of the river or anything like that?
I would say that'd be more of a perception check to like
Alright.
kind of tell what that is. I'll let you know. Like you can tell, like you can see a lot of hoof prints and stuff like that here. You saw the deer that just kind of was sleeping over there, and after you guys have started discussing it, kind of got up and bolted and ran into the woods and such. Just so you know, for you, Opal, you look at the trees. They look roughly 20 to 30 feet high in most places. They're not like super tall trees. Maybe like the tallest of ones are like 50 feet. But you still gotta remember they're probably about 20 feet back from the shore, where like this is kind of more of a grassy area right next to the river.
Just a clarification question. Is there a slope down to the river?
Yeah, there's a little bit of slope.
Cool. Opal shall take out her axe.
Okay. Got your axe?
Yeah, find the closest one. Drawstring. Anyway, all right.
What time is it, by the way?
It's about
Sun's going down.
6:30. It's like that golden hour for like, and now that you see it, the fog is not nearly as thick as it was earlier in the day. You can actually see what looks to be like more towards the south of where you're at, some higher mountains, and also kind of more towards the west. There's some mountains like kind of where this river seems to be coming from, and it's flowing kind of towards the north as you guys are traveling. You guys watch Opal walk kind of back towards the trees with their axe. You started chopping it down?
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Well, if you will allow it, even though I know you won't, it'd be cool if you did.
Yeah?
I got a 4, and then I got a 10, and then I got a 14. So my dice did math, and they got it right.
Wow, that is pretty tricky.
I think those are the tree chopping rules, actually.
Yeah. You're supposed to do 3 rolls, and if they all match up,
One.
then it's just in one swing.
Yeah, it's in the one D&D beta. I saw it earlier today.
Yep.
On the new rules for tree chopping.
Tree chopping specifically.
Specific, because we need that. I'd say it takes you about. You're fairly proficient with axes. You've had a lot of practice with your axe. Your axe is a really good axe.
I would have, with the +6, the first would have been a 10. So
Yeah, you takes you about 3 minutes, but you're just, and you know, kind of the V formation that you go,
The
like
way.
cut over, cut under, and then kind of hit on the backside, and it tips it, and it starts falling.
Yeah.
And
I'll yell before timber.
you yell timber. Everyone kind of like backs off.
I'll
I figured that you probably didn't chop the one that was going to fall right on top of your
I'm
friends.
gonna kick it.
You gonna kick it?
I got a 2.
Yeah, you kind of give it a little nudge because it's kind of teetering. Doesn't need a lot. It falls. You can see like the branches fall and like splash, hit the water as it kind of disrupts some of the water splashing kind of the people still close to the bank. You're like, oh, river water.
Fish pee in that.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
exactly. Okay, you have chopped down a tree.
All right. Okay. Sorry, guys. So much for leave no trace and subtle movements. But I have another idea, just for precaution for me, since I do have heavy armor. I have armor. That is an armor that I'm trying to read, but it's
Chainmail.
I have chain metal. There we go. It's right there. Chain metal. So, just an additional thing if we're like not good at swimming at all, like for any reason, like any reason at all. So, I've made another way over, but let's use the rope as well because this tree ain't long enough.
So I hate to burst everyone's bubble, but I got one more concern. What are we gonna do with Gramps over here and the guy in the
The goat.
in the stretcher.
Yeah. So
I can carry the little moss man if someone else will carry the goat.
I'll carry the goat.
I
It's my
mean,
responsibility.
after I swim across and see how difficult it is, I would be willing to carry the guy on my back if we like strap him to me. If it's calm enough. I think we should like kind of get a better picture of like what we're dealing with, and then we can get a better solution.
Well, Renee, looks like you're up.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Ren, how do you prepare yourself to swim?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I probably take my heavy equipment off. Other than that, I'm pretty ready. I mean, I take off my nice clothes, kind of like in my intro. Just light clothes. I'm feeling good. Maybe since like I know like we're gonna be like traveling, I'll maybe like take off my shirt or something. I'm just doing light stuff, and then I step into the water. Is it cold or kind of warm? Because I remember like the air is warm, right?
Yeah, it is actually fairly. For you don't have like you're used to ocean, more tropical-esque temperatures for water. This is akin, not as warm. It's still a little cold, which, excuse me, at first it unsettles you. You're like, oh, this is weird. This is like going swimming on a rainy day, too cold. You don't like it, but then you're like, wait, this is just normal. It's fine. So it's actually not that bad. It's fairly warm.
Cool. Yeah. So I basically have nothing on. Not nothing on, but like none of my gear, my equipment.
I didn't know it was that kind of show.
Are you gonna get that?
Why stop at the shirt?
Yeah. So I'll feel that it's good, and I just kind of start going in slowly, just kind of gauge the depth, kind of feeling like if there's any like drop offs, like sharp rocks, twigs, rebar sticking out.
Make
Hammer.
yes. Make a survival check with advantage because this is something that you would be very good at.
Uh-huh. 23.
23. Okay. You have spent your life in water. As you first start taking the slow steps down into it, it almost makes your heart pitter patter with excitement because this is your element.
This is good water.
It's good water. We joked about the river water, but it's still good water. All water is good water, unless it's not. And you look down and you kind of find yourself kind of holding on to the one totem of Batia. And you kind of look down and you're like, this isn't the ocean, but the ocean is made from the rivers. And so maybe this is still, in some sense, her. And that gives you comfort. And as you get deeper and deeper and you can feel yourself kind of submerge into the water, your sun-kissed shoulders going underneath and you start rowing, you feel that the current is strong. It's definitely one that would carry you away. You are very practiced with currents, though. You know how to deal with rip tides. You've grown up with this. And so you, instead of fighting the current, you let the current guide you as anyone would. And as you allow the current to do what it's doing, and you go with the flow, you find yourself ending up about 100 feet down from where everyone else is, but you safely cross easy enough.
Okay. And so like it was deep enough like I had to swim.
It was deep enough that you had to swim. You'd say that you got out about 10 or so, about 15 feet into the water, and then you had to start swimming. Every once in a while, like maybe in the middle, you'd feel like a little spot where you can like kind of touch your toes, like if you like really stretched out. But the problem is you don't have enough leverage to kind of hold yourself up with being pushed. So you
Yeah. Yeah, you
so,
can't like hop along.
Yeah.
So I'll like kind of get off on the other shore, kind of like wave to the party, kind of give like a thumbs up, and then I'll be like, "Dang, I should have brought the rope to attach it." And then I'll just kind of, I guess, yeah, Pinky can fly, whatever, and then I'll make my way back.
Well, I think Pinky would fly over with you with the rope to have you attach it, because I don't know if Pinky is good at knots.
Yeah, Pinky can't tie knots.
Pinky.
Loser.
Yes.
How strong are you in carrying rope?
Not strong.
That's okay.
Should I roll something?
Let's have you roll something. Let's do a strength check, because
Okay.
even though like holding just starting out at one end, it's not too bad. But as you continue forward, the weight of the rope and also the rope being pulled by the water as it uncoils and going is going to make it a little difficult.
Okay.
So let's do a strength check.
That's an 8.
Ooh. So you get.
Who's rope?
I'm assuming that you guys figured out the rope. Paula would have offered the rope from the bag. Who else? I'm assuming Opal said.
And a rope.
Ren has.
Ren has rope. We'll have Ren do it. And Opal, you keep your rope.
Rope's on dead man.
Oh, your rope's on Dead Man? Oh, yeah, you tied Dead Man up. Okay. That'd be the 2 ropes. You get about halfway out into the water, and to hold this rope is too much for you. You can keep it up in the air, but you're going to start drifting towards the south as it's kind of starting to pull you along.
Mm-hmm.
You can also retry your strength saving throw, though this next time you will have disadvantage because you've already failed. It's like you've already started down like the slippery slope, but see if you can kick it into maximum overdrive and pull back.
Come on, Pinky. Okay, that's an 11 this time.
Yeah, you start getting head ground, but you really can't do much. You're kind of just stuck there for a little bit, kind of looking around like,
I mean, if Ren notices like that she's like struggling, like she's just like holding this heavy rope, her wings are pitter pattering. I mean, I could grab it from her, like, because I mean she's flying just right above me, right?
yeah.
How much does the rope weigh? Would you say?
That's a good question.
10 pounds.
And it's 100 feet, so it's 20 pounds.
And
how much do you weigh?
Correct.
Would you say, Pinky?
Let's see. I don't know. Not very much.
Yeah, this is like half your body weight, probably.
It's probably almost my body weight. I'm only 2.5 feet tall. I'm like toddler size. I looked at some toddler weight scale things, and the average for my size is 22 pounds. So,
So it would weigh 20 pounds if I was trying to lift the entire thing, right?
Yeah, and that's why as she went out, it got harder and harder. So she's only holding like 10 pounds of it, but it's also being pulled by the river, and so that's why she's really struggling. Does that make sense?
Yeah. All right, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Could I cast Mage Hand and use Mage Hand basically to support the rope at the opposite end? Just to basically
out of the water.
Up out of the water, yeah, just to help her get across.
Ooh, I like that.
Mart.
What's the range of Mage Hand? if you don't answer.
So Mage Hand is, I can so it can go 30 feet away from me.
Okay. So you won't be able to get partially the way across, but you can get mostly. Like you can get a third of the way basically to help out. I'll allow if Pinky wants to try this last one, you can have advantage on your strength check. Though the DC will be very high for you. It'll probably be like, I'd say at least a 15. If probably let's say 16.
Can I? She's already across, isn't she? Okay.
Should I go ahead with my check, or should I wait?
Go ahead. Sorry. Yes, roll.
Well, I fail.
As
It's a 12. It's an 11.
as you kind of are struggling, it's really hard, and then all of a sudden it gets super light. Like it was helping with the mage hand, but all of a sudden it gets really light as Ren kind of come back, kind of grab the rope, and he's kind of helping you, and like you're still holding on to the end, but he's like kind of tucked it around his shoulder and just swimming back. And you're like, oh, this is really nice.
With it.
Yeah, so you're able to make it across with the rope very easily. You don't even need to make a check for ending because you're great swimming and the mage hand helping. So works out very well.
I imagine like Ren takes the rope, but then he sees this like spectral hand like chasing him kind of. He's like, oh shoot.
It's like the like he was like swim faster, but it's like the same animation just sped up.
Yeah. There's a little like I have like a wake behind me. It's like
Okay, that is 2 people across. We still have Baron, Adelaide, Opal, Elia, Moss, the goat, and the man.
So I'll secure the rope on the other end, so we can kind of have like a rope spanning the width of the river, so that people can basically just like pull themselves across. Hopefully, in theory, rather than swimming. But I said I could go back and get the old man as well. So I think like I'm feeling pretty good, especially with that rope. Like I can have him. Or Pablo. I mean, if he's doing good. I'm yelling this across the river, by the way.
Okay. Well, I imagine Pablo's carrying the guy now, right?
Just holding him in his hands.
Okay.
In like a baby Bjorn.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's like tied the sheet that you guys used like around his shoulders, and he's like kind of bouncing him. I'm just joking, but he's holding him.
can I lift Moss? Is he very heavy?
He is dense, but he's not heavy. I'd say he's heavier than he's probably like 35, 40 pounds. But if not, Kyle will let us know when he comes back. But as of right now, I'm rolling it about that much, 40 pounds.
Okay. I'm gonna attempt to carry Moss across, but before we go, I'm going to cast, like, go around and cast guidance on each of us, just as a little precaution, as we may not be as great swimmers.
Just so you know, guidance only lasts for a minute. So for everyone to get the benefit, they would have to pretty much go.
And it's concentration.
And it's concentration. So you can only kind of do one person.
Oh, so why don't I go last, and I'll just cast it on each person that goes?
Well, that can work.
Would that work? Okay. So
And Pinky can be ferrying equipment back and forth between the.
Yeah,
I was just about to ask if
Stop.
someone could get my stuff.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'd say like it's fairly easy for Pinky. It may take some time, but for how many people you gotta get across, you can get all the equipment that is needed. Are you taking off your full plate armor or your full chainmail across?
Yes.
Okay. What about you, Opal? Are you going to keep your armor on or take it off?
Where would it go? On the goat?
I mean, instead of carrying it. But,
Yeah.
It was just like a question. Like it will make the DC harder because you're in literally a suit of metal.
I know.
That makes sense.
That
Um,
happens every night.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And
I'd say as of right now, looking at it with also carrying the goat, you're looking at probably an athletics DC. So you make an athletics check, and just kind of getting a size up of it, it feels probably like a DC of 17 to get across.
it is a little high. But I get my armor back.
As long as Pinky has offered to start hoisting people's stuff from one side to another, so I would allow her to also get that. Like,
I would
I mean,
probably
it's
have
gonna
to
be
do
a
one
little-
or two pieces at a time.
I think it's
But
going to be a little hard, but like, also Ren will be helping out as well wherever needed.
If Opal can hold her breath long enough, because I mean, if she's still holding the rope onto the rope and it just like sinks down with her to the bottom, if she's holding on and can hold her breath, she can maybe just
walk,
walk.
just like Jack Sparrow underneath the
Yeah,
water.
like
I mean, yeah, definitely you could do that. Like that's another option with your armor on. You'd be heavy enough to like walk across the bottom. The amount of time that you can hold your breath, and this is for everyone's information, is equal, like in minutes, is equal to your Constitution modifier. So say my Constitution modifier is 2, I can hold my breath for 2 minutes before, like, I start drowning, in a sense.
What are the negatives? I'm not.
I think the
I think it's
base.
based
If you guys if you have disadvantage on everything, no,
Generally, the minimum is always
a minute.
at 1.
Okay. Well, I got a 13. No, sorry, 12 for athletics. So, would it be plausible to cross with 2 minutes?
2 minutes. I would like you to make a Constitution saving throw. As like you kind of start sinking underwater, you kind of push the goat up above your head, and you're kind of carrying, like holding the rope.
It's the second dice I rolled, but you didn't ask, so I'll follow what you said. So I got a 16.
A 16. So as you kind of go underneath the water, you get one last breath, and you're underneath the water. And as
Big
you're
fat breath with my diaphragm.
yeah, you kind of get, it's in the belly that you have to breathe.
4, because she said you got guidance
Yeah.
as well.
Ooh,
Definitely do that.
I need to get rid of this dice.
Don't forget about that next juicy
Yeah.
D4.
So now it's a 17.
Okay. As you kind of go under the water, it's murky, it's dark. You can see what looks to be the shapes of fish swimming, or maybe it's algae growing. It's dirty. It's very silty at the bottom. You can feel like kind of the slippery stones underneath your armored boots. And
I'm so sorry.
go ahead.
Does the goat hold his breath?
You're kind of
Okay.
holding the goat
Okay.
above your head as you're kind of walking.
It's like Luisa from Encanto.
Okay.
The dog.
With the donkeys.
As you kind of get to the point where you can almost feel yourself like you need to take a breath, you feel like your foot gains purchase on upwards, and you're able to climb up, and you can you kind of catch your breath. You're still holding the goat up, and it's like it kind of looks down at you and just goes, and then as it screams at you, but not in an angry way, but in a confused and somewhat satisfied way. You have made it across. You are covered in kind of like that chalky silt from like kind of pushing it up as you've been walking, and you kind of feel like the sandy feeling everywhere. But it's not an uncommon feeling. It's very earthy. And you've made it across.
I'll try to rinse my face off and Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
You are crossed. You make it over to Ren. You can see he's kind of still standing there. He hasn't gotten his shirt back yet, but he's just making sure, keeping an eye out as people are crossing.
Hey, Chase.
Elia, right?
Elia, you,
And
Adelaide, and the dude and Pop. What was that, Elia?
How long has Elia been out of her house?
You have been out of your house now for, you would assume, to be more than a day.
More than like, does that include like the travel time, like in the carriage and that kind of stuff?
Yes. But it's only been like, I'd say about 2.5 hours since you guys left the last cabin.
Okay. Cool.
So, yeah. Who's up next?
Why not? I'll go.
No.
Elia, you will need to make a strength saving throw. Since there is a rope, you have advantage, or not strength saving throw, either athletics or acrobatics for your swimming. You have advantage, and the DC is only 10 because the rope has been implemented, and basically the only way for you to like lose grip is if you kind of like let go. So it's fairly.
And she has guidance.
And she has guidance, and you have guidance.
And you said I get advantage. Okay. I got a 16 with advantage, and then I don't.
Enough?
Yeah.
You make sure to put all your the book that you've been kind of reading, Kimmy, as you put it in your backpack and kind of seal it up, so that way it will not get.
She'll kind of like hold up a little bit higher, like on her shoulder, kind of like above her head a little bit, while holding on to the.
Pinky takes it across his mouth. Like
That works. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What is Pinky? Chopped liver?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I just figured you were busy with the other things, and she didn't want to burden you with carrying her stuff. So
Pinky is happy to carry everybody's stuff.
You easily enough make it across.
I will go next. I'll give my bag up to Pinky that has like 2 items in it, and that's it.
You feel that one of these items, Pinky, is very square, and the
They're both
other.
square.
What's the other one?
The book.
Oh yeah, one is square, and the other one is more rectangular in shape.
That's all you see in the bag.
almost like a book.
Does it look like this could support like someone standing on it?
I don't think it was. It wasn't like top.
Okay.
It's more
So
like
I was-
loose so that you can.
Okay,
Kind
that's
of.
fine.
He's gonna show off his tie roping
I was
skills.
gonna show off my tiebreaking skills.
You could definitely try 'em.
Well, if it's not
It would be
top,
one big
then it would
slack
be
on it.
yeah, it'd be
Oh,
very.
wait, no, wait. They're still-
Yeah, they're still tight. I'll just go across normal.
It's same. What's your strength or your athletics or acrobatics?
Oh, that's not
You
good.
get advantage on it.
Thank you.
It's the
Guided.
Oh, I don't need it. But sure, why not? Just for funsies. It's gonna be 24.
If you had the option of using the rope or not, would you use the rope?
Like, yeah, if it was tight enough, I think I would have gone like running across, like
No,
almost.
I mean is like
Oh,
with swimming. If you didn't need to use the rope, would you still use it, or were you the kind of
I
person
don't
that
think I
would
would have used the rope if I didn't feel like I needed it.
Yeah, you don't use the rope.
Yeah.
You get across, it's easy.
Okay.
As you all know, Sparrow swimming across seems very athletic, very I don't know if athletic, very dexterous. So easily moves his body and they're able to get across.
oh, we're not using a log. I didn't use it.
Well, it was
As-
it was an
Another-
option. in
The
case we-
log is slowly like kind of starting to drift.
Oh, yeah, I noticed.
It is not a log; it's a tree, by the way.
Okay, tree.
You didn't dress any of the limbs taken.
It's
It's
just the
literally
whole
just a
tree.
cut down tree in the water.
So then we just have Pablo and
So I'll cast guidance on Pablo and
And Pablo is carrying the guy. That's the plan.
on his tummy.
Just
And his
on him.
Bjorn.
Okay.
I'm assuming that he would kind of lay him over his back. Let me make a check for Pablo. Let me get up his little not character sheet, but his little stat block that I made.
At any point in the river, was there a spot that, like, kind of midway where, like, someone could, like, stand and help people get through?
Not really. Because he's carrying somebody, he still has advantage because of the rope, but his DC is higher. It's going to be probably a 16, just so you know. You rolled a 10. He has a +4 modifier, so he's at 14 right now. He got 1. Misses it by 1 point. For rules of the game. But what you guys see as he goes across, he's swimming very well, and he himself looks like he's doing very well. But as time goes on, it looks like the guy is kind of getting dragged kind of in the water. Let me.
How far has he made it across?
He's about halfway.
I mean, it's not like he can get any more
Brandon,
dead.
I want you to roll a d20. If it's above a 10, it's okay. If it's not above the 10, it's bad.
It's a 10.
Oh.
Okay. We do. I mean, it's like a death save. It's 10 or above. It's okay. You know what? No, let's make it. I'm joking.
It's okay, but just barely.
Just like you literally see him, like the guy that's dead starts floating off, and then Pablo goes, "Oh crap! I'm losing the guy." Swims back, kind of grabs him, like kind of shimmies along the rope. The guy's in the water for like a good portion of the way.
Well, he hasn't been breathing, so that's what really
Just dead body.
Yeah, it's just re-moisturizing him. Honestly, it's not bad.
It helps the tentacle hand. The tentacle hand looks better.
Yeah.
With visualization. He is able to make it across, though he does look really tired when he gets across. He has 1 point of exhaustion.
Guy or Pablo?
Pablo.
Okay.
Pablo, he gets over there and he's just like you can't tell if he's like super nervous or if he's just like traumatized or he actually
Is the haversack waterproof?
Yes.
Oh, very fun.
Tested with the best.
Yeah, you don't want to get that fireplace dirty. I mean, wet.
Or the bed.
Or the bed.
Tent.
Or the
Okay.
porcelain tea set.
It's for you. You are wearing heavy armor.
No, didn't you take it off?
I did take
Oh,
it.
you took it off. Then it's easier for you.
Okay.
And you're not carrying a goat, so it's also
who's
easier.
I'm
carrying
carrying
Moss?
mouse. I'm carrying mouse.
Okay, so that's gonna make it a little harder.
Unless we want to just wake Moss up.
Your DC is going to be. I set his at 16, but he was like a full person, so let's set 14.
Okay. And this is my.
Either athletics or acrobatics, whichever one you like.
We will do athletics. 18.
18. So you're able to, with the help of the water. I have a question. How used to you are how used are how am I trying to say this? Is it common for you to feel dirt in water when you're in it?
No, but right now she's having the attitude of, well, isn't this exciting? I'm a real adventurer. Until she gets to the other side, isn't it? I think that she's. Look at me, carrying moss across the river. This is just so exciting. I don't think she's ever crossed the river before.
So you position Moss on your back. You have swim in like swimming pools and stuff like
Right.
that.
And maybe in like ponds, and, like places that are meant for swimming.
As you kind of like lay Moss kind of on his back, he kind of floats there, and he's still sleeping, and he's just knocked out. Man, that fight took it out of him. He's old.
Still recovering.
You pull him across the river. It's fairly easy, especially with the rope. You can kind of use it to help you get across, and everyone and their equipment has made it across the river, except the other end of the rope that's on the other side.
Oh no!
Fair.
Pinky.
Oh yeah.
I think you can go with it.
Yeah. Go untie that rope. Someone on the other side reels it back in.
Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom. By this time, though, it is basically dark. It is at that twilight hour where the moon, Yal, has risen up, and you can see in the it's bright light shining above, and you can see almost to the side kind of the purple haze of Yarna, the purple moon shining above you as well. You can see just a hint on the horizon, kind of the last light of today leaving, and it is getting dark.
As much as I love to stay in wet clothes, it might be best to find somewhere to stay and set up a fire.
I agree.
Are you going to continue traveling, or are you going to set up shop close?
Little Lady's already changing her shoes. So
Does it look like we are anywhere near any sort of caves?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
It was just
Pinky
Does
was
this
hoping.
look like? Yeah. What does this area look like? Does it look like it'd be a good place to?
It's close to water. It's marshland. Kind of marshland. Not too far away. You kind of get more back up into the trees. The trees on this side are just as thick as on the other side. With the different, deciduous and coniferous style trees around. Down here, you have a beautiful view of the night sky. But up in the trees, there's a little bit more cover, though you won't be able to see anything as close, and you have more line of sight down by the river. I will say this. With Ren's natural, passive perception of 15, you also do see in the distance what looks to be kind of darker clouds rolling in from where the mountains are, kind of following the ridge of the mountains to the south, and almost
Darker as in storm?
Yes.
Or some sort of precipitation?
You can almost feel the totem around your neck, the one of Yoko, kind of softly burn with an energy, almost like it is excited for something. Something that you become very akin to whenever there is a storm brewing.
And I can maybe even once I notice this, kind of take a hint of the ozone in the air. I kind of, or petrichor, I think that's a better term for it. I kind of sniff it and I say, we should probably find decent shelter because we're about to be maybe wetter than we are now.
Oh boy.
Not wet at all.
You'll especially be wetter than you are now.
Is anyone good at? Perhaps we can move a little bit further in and see if we can find some more shelter.
close are we to mountains or hills?
You can see right here, kind of comes up into a hill area, it's going up, but where you're at in the river, you can see the mountains more towards the south.
So we're not really by caves.
It's hard to say. There can be caves in more hilly-esque terrain, though it is more rare.
Yeah. Should we set up in the trees?
I think as long as we have some sort of cover, there are probably areas in this forest that are thicker than others. That might be better as there's more of a natural canopy.
Ren, how much time do we have before the storm gets here?
How much time do we have before the storm gets here?
Make a survival check for that one.
Survival?
Yes. As you kind of like weigh the ozone in the air.
Ooh, that's an 8.
Hard to tell. Probably within the next couple of hours, you'd assume. Like, it will come down tonight.
Yeah, I'll say, like, I kind of like maybe like judge like the wind or something. And I'm like, it could be in a couple minutes. It could be in a few hours. Yoko's unpredictable. You can't really. A little bit chaotic. I think we should just get shelter as soon as possible.
Well, let's trudge on for a bit then.
Okay. As you're going, who's leading the charge in this travel? Who's going to do?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think Piggy
right.
will probably do her, stealthy scouting thing again.
All right. Make a survival check.
And I look for stuff to gather for firewood.
Yes,
That's
definitely.
12.
Do a survival check as well.
Does anyone have any torches or anything? Give us a little light.
I do.
I can't see well in the dark.
I need some more D8 rolls for people.
I'll do one this time.
I'll light a torch.
A 1.
One.
I'm lighting a torch. Yes.
Who else could do a D8 roll for me?
You do one?
Pinky?
Sure, Tori would want to do one, but I don't know if we want to wait for her.
She just.
I mean, I'm happy to have Tori roll or.
Roll as well, Pinky.
All right, I rolled a 1.
No, it's 2 ones.
Whatever that means.
We can just probably move on.
Brandon can do it.
The D20 roll?
The
D8? D8?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. 2.
Okay. Good to know. As you guys continue, walking now is a lot more difficult than it was previously. You continue forward, and it's not too long after, maybe about 30 minutes, where you first start to feel the first kind of taps on your shoulder of water, and then you hear a crack of thunder, and it flashes this bright light throughout the whole entire woods. That almost eeriness that was with the fog kind of comes back, but this time it's more visceral, where these trees with every flash of lightning, almost looks like the same bones as the creatures that were trying to kill you earlier. Almost a sense of dread kind of builds inside of you as you just want to push forward. You just want to make it to wherever you could to rest. As you guys are walking, you have stuck fairly close to this side of the riverbank since it seems to be flowing in the same direction. What is your guys' order in walking? Who's in the front? Who's in the back?
Pinky's in the front.
I think Opal would be second because she's looking for. I have the torch, which I would assume would start.
It's still lit though.
Does anyone else have a torch as well, or do we just have one torch?
I have torches.
Oh,
I have torches as well.
Makes
I don't think
stuff
Pinky would have a torch, but she has torches.
You can just take a torch and cast light on it, and it gives about the same light.
Okay,
You don't get any heat from like the light cantrip, but you do get the same vein of illumination.
Yeah, I'll do that because then we don't have to use up one.
I think I'm more towards the back this time.
Okay.
Also, did Moss wake up to the thunder?
Moss kind of woke up, and he looks pretty curmudgeoned, and he's like, "Well, why am I all wet?" And then kind of puts his hood up, and then seeing that starting to rain, just kind of settles down on Philip and
just
kind of riding, looks really perturbed.
I think Ren would be. I mean, if we're carrying the guy on a stretcher again, me and Pablo.
I can actually switch Pablo out.
I'd probably be a good choice. Pablo does not look like he's doing
Pablo's
good.
tired. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I'll switch Pablo out.
You guys are going to be in the back. Pinky, Opal, Adelaide, how close are you to the front? How close are you to the front of the group as you're traveling?
Oh, I'm probably close to like Opal and Moss.
Okay.
In the middle.
And Aaliyah?
That's probably
Alright.
where I'm. That's probably where Eli's at too. Is right there in the middle.
As you guys are walking, you're just trying to get there, get where you need to be. Pinky, you see in front of you kind of the path, like looks fairly clear, kind of along this ridge that kind of swoops down close by. Like you kind of gained altitude, and you can see where the river is washed out, kind of the earth close to you, and you're kind of like walking along that little cliff edge. It's not too deep, but as you approach it and you walk, you kind of beckon everyone to follow you, like, oh, this seems like a clear way. Opal, Aliyah, Adelaide, as you guys are walking more close to the front, and you would trigger this, you feel the ground underneath you start to give out as the ground where you're standing starts sliding out from underneath you. I need each one of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh no.
Who?
You, Aliyah,
That's what I thought.
Opal, and Adelaide.
So the girls.
The girls. Girls! And Pinky would have triggered it, but she's flying, so.
What's the save?
That is a good question. The dexterity save.
Yeah, but I meant the DC. Sorry.
Six.
What'd you get?
15.
15? Okay.
5.
5.
6.
Aliyah, you kind of feel it going, and you're able to kind of lunge to the other side,
Push.
and you grab onto like some limbs of like a bush, and you can kind of hold yourself as the rest of the ground underneath you gives out. Did you have something?
I shove either Opal or Adelaide with that dexterity save.
Yes, you can choose to be in their place as they fall.
Yeah, that's what my character. That's what Aliyah would do. She
Who would
would
you
probably let me see here. Tori and Faith, even or odd.
Even.
Oh, God.
It is odd. So I would push
Adelaide.
Adelaide.
As you go to reach for that, you realize that you're not the only one falling, and you kind of grab Adelaide and push her, and pushing yourself back, and Opal tumbled down 30 feet.
Oh gosh. Okay.
No, we too far.
It was since you're holding a guy, not really much you can do.
Unless I drop him.
I mean,
No, it's fair. Yeah.
Saying bonk his head. I mean, he's already dead. So
I actually rolled pretty bad on my fall damage. You both take 5 points of damage.
Oh my gosh. That's like okay, good.
Yeah, that's not bad. As you kind of land down into like the more soft earth down in the bank, and Taste seems the most brunt, but you are pretty scratched up, and now you're at the bottom here.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I think I'm fine.
What does it look like now that it's like?
It looks like the position where they were at was an earthen cliff that had been eroded away by the river over time. One wrong step, survival check not high enough.
Yeah.
Didn't notice it, and they fell down.
Does it look like if we were to continue, like, I guess the path that can we? Do you think you guys can climb back up here, or should we come to you?
It looks kind of high up. I might be able to try to climb out.
It's also raining.
And then we all know who those who have played Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's just not worth trying to climb the rain.
unless you have enough stamina, you just jump up.
Of my
That's
existence.
true. But then you always slide
That's
halfway
true.
down after every jump.
It's only halfway.
That's true.
So if you have enough,
I'm gonna try.
Eli,
try?
can we see your nope, not Eli. Golly,
I think
too many A names.
It's Adelaide.
Adelaide,
Adelaide.
can we see your rope?
Adelaide Braid. Yes.
Can I try climbing, Chase?
Yeah, go ahead. They're talking about sending a rope down for you. Are you just going to start climbing?
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt. Yeah.
Yeah, make a athletics check.
Opal's gonna heal herself.
Yeah, I'll start.
To Barry.
15.
15. Okay. Opal?
Opal's healing herself and watching if Eli is successful.
Okay.
I'm
Just-
getting that rope ready.
Barely. As you kind of scramble up, you are covered in mud.
yeah.
Oh
It
gosh.
is raining, and you are just from head to toe. You don't feel like you've been this dirty in a long, long time. It also, in some ways, brings back memories of a different night that was raining and dark, and you were covered in mud, hiding. And for a
So-
second there, you almost like let go of your grip and lock up. But then you calm yourself, and you're able to make it to the top.
Okay.
You kind of emerge out from the little divot that was left behind with you guys falling. You all see what probably is Elia, if Elia was made out of mud. Oh, you're still at the bottom. What are you doing?
This shall determine her mentality. She shall climb.
She shall climb. Okay, make an athletics check.
Alan!
Maybe.
Why is it okay? How about we do this? I rolled 3 7s.
No gosh.
I got
By this point, I probably
10.
would have had a rope down. By the way,
Can I have the rope? With advantage!
Try it.
I don't remember what I rolled. It was a 17. My second one was a 17 with advantage. So that's
Like
dirty 20.
with the help of the rope, like you start going up. You are wearing heavy armor. It makes climbing also difficult. But with the help of a rope, you're able to make your way up. You two are also covered in mud. It reminds you of the day that you and another little girl got in a mud fight on the training grounds.
And you won.
Chug it up. Rather than, throwing a fit, she's gonna get some mud and slap it on Adelaide's dress.
She's just gonna kind of like
Spartan kicked her down the.
She's just going to like take a very deep, refined breath and then like slowly look down at like her dress and then like slowly back at Opal. And she's got it like kind of like under control, but in her eyes you can tell that she's just like, you want a rematch?
Yeah.
You want a rematch or what?
Yeah.
But out loud, she's oh.
Yeah. I'll just say, you've gotten better. Can you help me?
She's gonna help her up.
I really like your guys' new outfits. Very fashionable.
Oh yeah, here.
She's just so pretty.
Pretty sleight of hand. It's a 17.
Ah!
It's higher than your AC. You smother him in good mud.
Yeah.
As you kind of like, oh my goodness, what the heck?
That's 2.
Was he? Were you talking to Elia or were you talking to?
I was
Adelaide.
talking to all three of you at that point.
Oh, okay. Elia would have kind of just blown you off and like walked past you.
Yeah.
As Elia, oh sorry.
You're good. I said the same thing.
As Elia is walking past, Adelaide is going to just look her in the eyes and say, "Thank you. That was
Like-
very brave of you."
Elia would kind of like her head down. She would kind of like just slightly raise it and look over at you, and she would say, "Hey, yeah, no problem," and just keep walking.
You guys look over, and Pinky's just there slathering herself in mud. Fashion!
It's good for the skin. Luckily for all of you, it is raining heavily, and so you're taking a shower as well.
No.
So-
Opal's gonna
Oh boy!
go and make a mud pie and then go over to Red and
Elia is looking for a place where she could potentially get out of the rain.
Make either investigation, perception, or survival.
now all of us
It's
are
up to you.
covered in mud. Perfect.
23.
23. Wow, that is very good. As you kind of keep trudging along, you notice not too far away from here, kind of on, like there is a little bit of a path that kind of leads back down towards the kind of midway up the bank and stuff like that, where there looks to be a cave that has dug in, where kind of more of like natural rock has like kind of been eroded too, and you see this cave seems to be heading down from there.
Okay. Hey, Shusha, Elia would turn around. There's a cave down here. I'm gonna get out of this rain.
As Elia turns around, she would see Opal doing Simba with mud on the dead guy, and she would have also made a mud handprint on Moss to make sure everybody was covered in mud. So it was a team bonding experience.
You see that Moss like he doesn't even like notice you, and like you like
Yeah.
pat him on the shoulder, and he goes like, "Huh? What the heck is this? It's like a monster." Anyways,
Yeah. Ta-da! Okay.
Not to put words in Moss's mouth, but I'm assuming that's what he would say in a situation like that.
Seems pretty accurate.
We're heading to the cave.
As you guys head to the
Hey.
cave, those who would like to, you can get cleaned up. You all kind of get in there and you feel like the wear and tear of this travel is kind of building on you, and you kind of get the opportunity to just sit down out of the rain that's been beating you for like the past hour. It's late, you're tired. Opal, because you gathered dry firewood for the travel as you were going,
Try.
it's still dry. I'm assuming that you were like kind of keeping it protected.
Yeah.
You are able to also build a fire.
Cool.
And
Head nodding.
yeah, it's a vibe, definitely.
How deep is this cave?
That is a good question. Just so you know, you set up your tent cave. It's very nice. As everyone looks at this tent, Paul is like helping you, but he looks really tired as he's helping you. He's like, he gets it up, like helps get the poles finished, and then like he literally just goes over to the haversack, pulls out his like little bedroll, and then like kind of curls into it, kind of fairly close to the fire.
Big tent. Have like a little outpost.
It's like a duffel house.
Frog.
Yes.
It actually covers his.
Yeah. It's still very small.
He's a big guy, but I mean.
I would allow that. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's amazing. He's like
Like Emperor's New Groove, when they're like camping and Kronk has this little tiny tent that like basically his feet are in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Dang it.
Matt, if I would have been thinking, I would have made Pablo's voice sound like Kronk, but I can't do a very good Kronk impression, so it's okay.
Oh.
I like it. I see it.
Anyways,
I think
Brendan, you had a question on how deep this cave goes. It looks like it goes like deeper than where you guys are at right now. Though, like looking down there, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, just as long as I know like there is more in there. I think we're kind of mostly staying at the mouth.
Yeah.
Just where we can keep dry. But I am kind of a little wary of like if there's like animals or something in there. I don't want anything to come out and kind of not think that we're welcome. But yeah.
Yeah. As you were to look around, you don't see you see like the signs of animals having been here. Nothing looks very fresh though. So you would assume that maybe that you're the only residents of the cave as of right now.
I'll probably just be sitting by the fire, just trying to dry off. Should we set up a watch?
Probably. That would be very wise.
Do we have any volunteers for the shifts?
I can
Probably do at least 3.
I can take the first one.
I'll take it with you, Ren.
Okay.
We have an offer on number 2.
I'll go second.
Pinky, did you want to go second too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I'll go third. But it's like a voice coming from the tent.
From inside the tent.
You can see that she's set up her own, like her little stove top inside as well. So like you can see like the warm glow of the fire. She's kind of like sitting there, like brushing out her hair and like really scrubbing the dirt out of that dress.
How big is the tent?
It's like I remember describing it as like a 4-person tent. So it's very large for just one person. It's very comfortable, I should say. She has like a little seat set up on one side and like a cot on the other.
And she's like, oh, just roughing it out in the wilderness. So adventurous.
Sure.
That's like a kind of like sigh. So the only person that's taking the third watch is Allie.
I think so.
I guess so. She's never taken
Olivia.
a watch before.
Yeah,
Was
I
that-
wanted an Elia, right?
Huh?
I
Oh,
just
no. Sorry, continue.
Oh, I thought I didn't hear anything from Elia, so I had assumed that she was not taking a watch.
Yeah, she's just like off in her own world at the moment.
Adelaide can take the watch with Moss.
That's true.
That sounds good.
Or by herself.
Moss will.
Maybe.
Can't
Moss
sleep.
will accompany her by just sleeping.
Yeah.
He'll be there in spirit, but not
Yeah.
in mind.
Well, before everyone gets settled, I'm gonna go check further into the cave and see if there's anything that way. Does anyone want to join me?
Yes. Pinky and I will.
Alright.
I will provide a torch.
I was just gonna grab one of the things from the fire and just.
Yeah, right. You
If you would like, I can make you glow again.
No, princess, you're okay.
It's just lady. Just lady.
No, lady. No, lady.
My lady.
As you guys continue, I would like you all to make investigation checks.
I don't imagine we're trying to go super far, but like we're kind of just sussing it out.
Where's my investigation?
Number 17.
13.
Nice. As you continue down, something that you both Opal and Ren would notice is that not Ren, Baron. The other Ren, Baron.
Ren.
Baron literally looks like Ren, but in bear form.
Yes.
Yeah, he has more hair.
There, Ren.
Anyways, and Pinky, you're just having fun. It's a kind of being case again. It reminds
Picking
you
up
of the
cute
Pinky.
rocks and
You find one that looks oddly shaped like a goblin's face, like the nose and everything. Pocket that. You would notice the signs of what looked to be some sort of some inclination that deeper down, someone else has stayed here before, human, or at least humanoid. You find another remnants of fire, places where it looks like two bodies had like laid down and rested, like where the dust has been kind of moved out of the way. Though you do not see any debris from garbage, like eating. No food was had here. Just it looks like two people getting out of the elements and a fire.
And is that as far as it goes, or is that kind of, or does it go further?
As you go a little bit further, it heads down just a little bit more, and then it basically just stops.
Okay. Well, this was exciting. Thanks for accompanying me.
Right time.
Yeah.
All right.
It's time to go to bed.
As you all kind of, in your own way, huddle around this fire, finding warmth and finding kind of an opportunity to get dry, we're going to go to break and allow ourselves the opportunity to go get some water, use the restroom. We'll be back in like
Is this our break site?
5 minutes, 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Oh, quick.
Work with me.
So we'll just
Right.
leave the music playing, and we'll be
Sick.
back.
All right.
All right.
All right. We
Bye.
will be back to see what happens during watches later. Remember, you are All right, we're back. For the players out there, just jump on when you can. I got both popcorn now.
I'm having ice cream.
Oh wait, let me unmute you. I think
Oh no.
I gotta do it. There we go.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
I'm having ice cream.
Ooh.
Oh, lucky. I'm saving ice cream. Surprise. Not really.
I wish we had.
I wish I had ice cream. I wish I had.
If you really mean it.
Brandon,
Yeah.
do you have a Twitch?
No. Actually, I do. I haven't gotten on it in a long time though.
Someone followed us on Twitch.
Woohoo!
Thank you to Dismayed Champions. You're our favorite subscriber now.
Yay!
Favorite and only subscriber.
No, Dismayed Champions.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's way cooler than
Shout out to Dismayed Champions.
you're awesome.
If you
Thank
follow us, you get called out respectively, being like, you're awesome.
We're just missing Joy and David.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Oh, hi Joy.
Hello. I have. How strong are you?
Can you look at it now?
Kick it into maximum hard drive.
What quotes are
Go with the flow. They're just random things that people said during the session.
Who said kick it into hard drive?
I did.
Taste it.
We did.
A lot of these are just quotes from the DM. So it's just
Nothing looks very fresh now. There looks to be a game. Oh, you match.
you.
That's your pose.
It
Get
looks
the
to be a
maximum
game.
hard drive. What did I say?
You said, "Oh, you met."
What does that say? GUI day.
Oh, it's guidance.
Oh,
Did I spell it
guidance.
correctly.
We're just missing David, yeah?
I like how you spelled the
Yeah.
guidance.
Guys.
Because it's like guy and then
And then
dance.
the rest is all squished
And that
together.
might be how it's spelled. I don't know, but it's fun. I just didn't realize that's what I was trying to say.
I think the way that real guidance is spelled
Because we
GUIDANC.
Yeah,
David's not taking a third watch, so we could probably.
Yeah.
No, he's not even taking a watch. He's asleep.
Let me.
Oh, I thought David was actually asleep.
David's literally just sleeping right now.
He's taking a break.
Let me just. I'm gonna text him and say we're jumping back on.
I just followed our Twitch.
Whoa! Shout out to Brandon for following himself.
Gotta support the brand.
Yeah.
Do you want something more?
Thank you.
Like we said, we eat here at the Dungeon House.
I like it.
Delicious.
I wish I had more pizza pockets,
I told you to make some.
but I didn't want to have to put the. I did pretty good. They're in the freezer. I just didn't really want to have to do all the laborness of putting it in the air fryer and cooking it.
You could have asked me to do it.
Oh, that is true. But you are going to take watch.
I'm gonna
You
check
guys
it out.
One second.
like my new jacket?
Yeah,
it's cool, dude.
Do any of you guys get the reference?
you're gonna have to go a little taste. Oh, you vanished.
The
Skeleton.
marching band. When I was. Is that it? Is that the actual reference?
You're close, actually.
So it's a band.
City.
Is it the Dark Parade? The Black Parade?
Black Parade, yeah.
Parade.
That's
Right.
my choice when I was.
When I
When
was
a young boy.
a young boy,
My father.
took me to the city to see a
To?
marching band.
He said, son, parades
When you grow
suck.
up.
What? No.
Don't go to parades. Your mother always drags me to them. And now I don't go to parades very much.
You're so low.
You grow
Oh.
up. Would you
Since
be?
We're all here. Joy's here as well. She's just listening in.
Yeah.
Since we're all here, we're going to jump back into it.
What?
For first watch, as you can hear the thunder and the rain outside. Baron?
Hear the
and-
thunder, the
Yeah, you
lightning,
hear thunder.
and the thunder.
And the thunder.
Okay.
And the copyright infringement. I'm joking. Baron and Ren. You two sitting on some stones around a campfire. It's getting late. Got 2 hours until you're done.
Yep.
I feel like Ren's just kind of like has a stick playing in the fire. Like,
Baron's just kind of. You'd actually see Baron. He's kind of just sitting there, and he's You watch as he undoes his like little knapsack, his little bag, and it's tiny. It's not like a big bag. It's just tiny. And he pulls out the biggest item that's in there, and he puts a chess set down in front of him. Do you play?
I have played once. Maybe.
If you want to play, I'll play with you. Otherwise, I'll play a game by myself.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. I'll play.
So I'll set up the pieces and set that up as we're sitting next to each other, just playing. So I heard back when you had mentioned that the storm was coming, you said someone's name and I didn't recognize it.
Are you referring to Yoko?
Yeah. What's Yoko, or who is Yoko?
Yoko is a power my village reveres. He takes part in sustaining our village, though he is rather malicious. He's the one who controls the storms. The thunder you hear, it's him trying to break free from his prison.
You believe all that? As I move my knight to G6.
Can't do that.
Don't know if I can, but
You've always never played chess, idiot.
I don't think Ren would know if that's a wrong move or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like kind of like copying, like just trying to take it. But Ren will say, "Yeah, why wouldn't I?"
I mean, I know that there's gods, but I don't care for them much.
In my line of work, I've found it to be worth it to consider the gods in our lives.
I just always assume they're up there we're just a show for them. We're their entertainment.
And do you not pay for shows? The people putting on the show is blessed. They are blessed by the people that attend.
I don't really care much for blessing. The one thing gods are good for is their power.
That is true. Maybe not the one thing, but they do care for those that follow them and give them favors, tastes of their power. But I can see why someone wouldn't really care about deity. So I understand, but I do care. They're important to me, and I'll like clutch like the necklace around my neck that has a little like ivory figurines, like 3 of them. I'll just say they have helped me, even Yoko.
Well, it's good to see someone with a strong conviction. So, I hope that they continue to help you. But remind me where you said that you were from again.
I'm from Bauli. It's by the lagoon.
You gotta help me out some more, kid. Even though we're like the same age. But I look a little older.
Yeah, I'm like, Ren probably is like, my elder.
I mean, maybe with just the beard, you're probably like, how old is this
We all
guy?
think you're like 50.
Probably, actually.
I'll say, you have to forgive me. I have never left my village a significant amount before now. I don't even know where we are now. I can't say, oh, I'm east of here. I don't know. The ocean is south of my village. But yeah, I mean that's all I know. You could probably find it on a map or something. I just have never really it's a expansive lagoon in the continent. I can maybe we'll go back there someday once we find out where we are.
Fair point. I overheard you a little bit talking when we were traveling a little bit. I didn't hear much though, but I remember that they were asking why you were Vigil, but that's all I really heard. I was talking to Pinky. So, why did you want to join?
My family has fallen ill, and I'm hoping to find some way to help them.
Do you not have doctors in your village?
Well, we do have
Healers?
what you could consider a healer, a doctor, but we even have had people come from outside the village to look at it, but it's unlike anything they've ever seen. Symptoms start with their eyes kind of just going white, and slowly they lose temperature as it slowly just takes away any function in their body, every function in their body. My mother is bedridden now, cold to the touch. My littlest sister is still mobile, but even she has to bundle up, and even then is freezing to death, literally.
Is it contagious?
I don't know. It took my father about a year before it spread to my mother. If it did spread. But I'm just joining to hopefully learn more about it. Have you by
Sounds
chance heard anything about that? In my village we called it the frost gaze decay.
I doubt I've heard as I move my pawn up. To me it sounds more like a curse if no doctors or anything can fix it.
Yeah, that's
No healing, no medicine. Doesn't sound like any illness I've heard of, but seems more akin to a curse, if anything.
whether it's a sickness or a curse, I hope to find some way to save them while being with the Vigils.
Yeah. I think seems like a noble cause that you're trying to pursue here, man. I hope good fortune finds you and those gods help you out.
Me too, thank you. I heard you say you were a farmer or something?
Yeah, for the last 3 years or so, I've been farming the land out in Merrill. It's a really small town out in Theodorn, but you probably don't know where that is.
I've maybe heard of it. Sure. Yeah, Theodore. Yeah, cool. As I move my bishop straight forward.
Oh, never mind.
Straight forward, and not a good move in any sense of the word.
Like puts it right from
Put myself in check.
Yeah, I never really saw myself ever becoming a Vigil. So, but I have some people that I care about, and they asked me to give this a shot, and so that's why I'm here.
Well, that's good to maybe take the advice of some friends or family, these people you care about. They obviously had you in their best interest.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways you and me are much alike. We're both doing this for those we love.
I think it's a good cause.
I saw your blade. I've never seen anything like it before.
Yeah, it's not meant for fighting. It's to cut fish. And it's good at doing it.
Seems like it. You'll have to show that off one of these times if we ever get to an ocean.
For sure. I look forward to it already. Maybe someday I'll adapt the technique into fighting skeletons. We'll see. I'm not a fighter. I've never fought anything in my life. For real, anyways. Sure, I've had stick fights with other kids in my village, but yeah, no, those skeletons, I'd never encountered anything like that before, and you seemed really kind of like, oh, just another day, you know?
Yeah. There seems like where you come from, there's not much trouble as far as the creatures of this world, and I've had a lot of dealings with a lot of them. I've been around. I've traveled a lot, so I've had to deal with creatures of all sorts. You pick up a thing or two.
Well, I can see that. I think this group is lucky to have you in it. With your proficiency in skeleton killing.
Thanks, and we'll definitely need you, and we need some fish.
Yeah, if we need some fish. I get it.
Nah, I think you're a quick learner, and I think that we'll be able to teach you right. I think, and I think the vigils will, if we all make it, they'll probably teach you a thing or two as well.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm counting on. Honestly, I don't know why the visuals would accept me because of everything that I've told you. I'm not a vigil type. Maybe in the literal sense of the word, I could be considered vigilant, but kind of a hardcore adventuring knight person. Like I don't know. But I mean, it's in the gods' hands, really.
Yeah, my grandpa had been a vigil at one point, so it kind of runs in the family to an extent. So
Maybe you can learn a thing or two about him through being a vigil.
Perhaps. Well, I was really close with my grandpa.
Oh,
I would actually say he was the one that kind of raised me, to be honest. So, but
I hope you can grow even closer to him through sharing these experiences.
thanks. Yeah, it'll be interesting to understand some of the things that he went through. So, but I had one more thing I was going to ask you, Ren, but it's my mind's blanking, and I'll move it into checkmate.
Keep moving pieces. I'll move a piece forward and then just take one of yours because I've seen you do that to me. And I'm like, oh, yeah, like that means I get one, I guess. Hey, I cross this threshold. That means I get one of his pieces.
I was going to ask you. You said that you didn't go to outpost?
No, Vigils came to my village with like a wagon, a cart, and they were taking me to what I assume would have been an outpost, or to here. But Elia was in that cart at my village, so it had picked her up before, and then come and gotten me, and then brought us here.
Have I ever heard of anything like that?
Make a history check.
Nat 20.
Whoa! First
Wow.
one.
Could I have everyone jump off the table for a little bit, away from the table, as I explain something to
Ladies, you have to plug your ears. The ladies here have to go like this. La 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 la.
Including me.
So if you look underneath the voice channel, there's away from the table, I'm going to ask everyone besides Baron to go away from the table.
So just click into that one and join that. Yeah.
Okay, and I'll just message.
Or just you could just jump into it.
Mhm.
I could just say, hey, you can come back in.
Ladies, would you be willing to not listen?
La, 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 la.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh, we
I'm
have
on
to
the
say,
other
we have to hear
topic.
this. We just have to trust that they're just actually.
they're actually being quiet, so we have
Close
to
to the
be
mic.
close to do the ASMR. Anyways, so you would know from your experience with your grandpa, he talked about the Vigils had many ways of getting around, usually through teleportation. One such one that he talked about once when he was recounting a story was how they used a carriage that could teleport to a certain location to get there. So that kind of rings a bell in your mind, and that's it.
Cool. Thank you. You can jump back into the ladies. You're good.
I'm gonna-
Well, that worked. Are they jumping back?
Yes.
Oh, they're there.
Thank you for that little hint. I hope that the viewers could hear it as well. If not,
Don't worry. We'll figure it out.
We'll
We're
get
still
better.
getting it better.
maybe
Wait,
we'll just
they-
have that actually.
Would they hear what you're talking about and away from the table?
No, they can only hear the table.
Okay.
Not away from the table.
The away from the table is completely different. They can't hear that.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, what the?
Dude, as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, wait. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh no!
No, we have no idea what you guys said. So you better not been saying bad cuss words. Okay?
I've heard of Vigils being able to. They have a lot of different ways of getting recruits, but other than that, that's all I've really heard. So, interesting that you didn't go to an outpost.
Yeah, like I said, like I thought maybe we were on our way there. But yeah.
Alright, thanks.
Well, that was a good game. Thanks for entertaining me.
Yeah, I thought that was a nice, clean game.
He kind of chuckles to himself. Well, I imagine that's been pretty dang.
Yeah.
Like
It's
through the talking and all that stuff. I imagine 2 hours have gone by pretty dang quick, and
yeah.
I guess I'll go wake up Opal if you'll get Pinky.
Okay, yeah.
I'll over.
Pinky kind of scares me, I'm gonna be honest.
Do you want to switch?
You know what, never mind, I can do it. I'm sorry.
You sure?
Just between you and me, like
I won't tell Square.
but no, I'll get her.
She's kind of crazy.
I'll go wake up Opal and get her awake, and then you'll watch as after I get Opal up, I will just lay right next to the fire. No pillow, no sleeping sack, literally I'm just there right by the fire.
Take a handful of the coals as a pillow.
Stick your hands in the fire and your feet. Stay warm.
Like honestly, I'm probably kind of half awake for a little bit, but yeah, kind of just there. Nothing.
All right.
Nothing fancy.
Well, I didn't call for any perception checks during your
No, you didn't.
but it's okay because there was nothing that was going to happen during your guys' watch anyway. So, to start off with, let's have Opal and Pinky roll. I'm so sorry, guys. That was silly of me.
Nothing happens. You just
No,
wake
that
up.
was for them.
No,
Yeah.
wake up.
They woke you
Yeah,
up,
we just woke you up.
Okay, that would have been
and then they went back to bed.
Okay.
Perception?
Yeah, make a perception check.
What's an 11?
An
I
11.
haven't caught on. Pinky's not very wise.
9.
9, 11. Okay. Good to know. So, with watch, you guys are watching. The time is yours.
All these dice rolled. Terrible. Okay, you're fine.
So,
Okay.
well, Pinky is going to kind of sit by the fire, and she's going to pull out like a little special sparkly, like hand-sewn little bag, and she's going to open it up, and she's going to pull out some leaves and some thread, and she's going to start stringing the leaves together to make kind of like streamer-like thing. She's just going to start doing that.
Oh. I'll be honest, Pinky. I'm not wake up in the middle nighter type of person, but we're doing good. Yes. What are you making?
Oh, I'm making what would you call them? I'm making leaf streamers. And she's gonna hold them up, and it's gonna kind of show it off. These are for my parties. I like to throw parties. Do you like parties?
I do. I have a great idea. If you'd be willing, and if it's okay, if it's not okay, totally fine. But what if we made streamers, like all that, and hung them up all over the cave, and then when people wake up, there's a huge party for them with glitter and everything.
I would love that. Some confetti, which is just cut up little leaves. And I don't have a cupcake. I haven't had time to make another cupcake.
Oh.
But I have those.
Yeah, no worries. I have the perfect thing. It's called mud pies. The best.
Are they tasty?
Oh, of course not. No, but
Then why would we make mud pies?
because it's the thought that counts, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
But it just makes me hungry for pie.
That's a nice trick, huh? Yeah, we could put like little sticks in it and say happy birthday, even though it's not your birthday. Welcome to the wilds. Yeah, it's perfect.
Pinky's very confused. It's nobody's birthday. We're making pies that you can't eat, and she's just so confused. She's like, "What?"
Yeah. So, either way, throwing a party, you in?
Sure, but I thought we were supposed to be stealthing it.
Yeah. No. I think from watching you real quick, it's kind of a quiet little thing, right? To make streamers.
Yeah, but when people wake up, I want to yell surprise because that's what you do at parties.
Yeah, so when they wake up, we'll do that. But not in the middle of the night. That people would not be happy with that. And it would also give away our position, which would be even worse. So let's not do that. So make it a really good surprise by being quiet and making many beautiful decorations in mud pie.
Okay.
Well, do you mind teaching me how to do the streamers? Or is that like a cultural no-no?
I'm happy to teach you, and she's gonna. I don't know if the DM allows, could she have an extra needle and thread? I don't know. This is
Yeah.
kind of party pack. Okay,
Haha.
cool.
It's always smart to have more than one needle because you never know when you're going to need more than one
There
needle.
we go. Pinky is prepared. All right, so she's gonna pull out another needle and thread, and she's gonna show you how to weave it through the leaves, not breaking the leaves, and making it look nice.
All right. Okay. Opal's first attempt will probably look nothing like what you've made, and is this kind of what we're shooting for?
She's gonna do kind of that puppy dog like tilt of the head.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're making it abstract. We'll just decorate it differently. But I'll keep practicing. Don't worry.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah. I hope.
At this time, just to kind of like, you can keep role playing this. I'd like you both to do performance checks on how well you do making your various party items.
These dice are really bad.
Are those your dice, Faith?
Yeah.
Man, we need to cleanse them or get new ones.
We did get new ones. See, that one's good. Okay,
This
so you're
isn't
good.
fair.
You were just
I rolled a 1. Makes a total of 5.
That's
That is very sad.
I got
Since this is your thing, Nikki, I will let you have advantage. But if it rolls
Thank
another one,
you.
we know that it was meant to be.
yeah.
Okay.
Just really
I got
Okay. That's a 10.
10?
Eight.
Still
And
not
an
the
8.
best, but better.
Okay,
I'm following along quite nicely.
good to know. All right.
It's kind of hastily done. She doesn't have very many nice leaves left.
Getting a little crisp.
Yeah. Or soggy from outside. Okay.
Nice. Well, so I feel like I'm getting it, but I'll keep practicing. But I was also curious, I don't want to keep asking, why'd you join the Vigils? Because Opal doesn't know, but Faith knows, and so people know.
I think
I know.
of most conversations, like out of in-game, some of these conversations could have happened. So
Okay.
don't feel like you have to keep asking the same
repeating,
questions because that's something that your character could have learned from a side conversation out of the storyline.
Okay.
So, but you can definitely ask any question you'd like.
So, what is your favorite flavor of cupcake?
I love chocolate. Chocolate is the best.
Oh my goodness, I completely agree. Now, don't get me started on dark chocolate. Now, that's a whole nother. And white chocolate? No. If you get a good blend right in the middle, but not too sweet. Perfect.
All chocolate. Chocolate is chocolate.
So, you're very good. There was one cupcake I made one time, and it was
You make cupcakes?
Yeah, it was the only time I ever made it. And I was with my comrade in our training quarters, and we snuck into the kitchen, because why wouldn't you?
Why
so
wouldn't you?
Yeah. Because there's good food in there, you gotta celebrate. Yeah. So, snuck in, and we started to throw a bunch of ingredients together, and we never baked before, because you don't do that as a paladin. But it ended up being pretty okay. Maybe some eggshells here and there. But still a great experience. So cupcakes are really nice and bonding.
I agree. I try to keep a cupcake everywhere I go, but I gave away my cupcake right before we got to the vigils, so I don't have a cupcake anymore.
That's okay. You made it a good cause.
As the time goes on, if there's anything else that you guys would like to talk, but you can just continue chatting and decorating the cave. To you two, it looks great.
Yep.
Maybe. Abstractly great.
Pinky's a little like, oh, this is kind of subpar, but we're working with what we got. So.
Exactly. I think you both don't want to say it to the other person that it's only subpar.
Yeah.
So you both say, "Yeah, it's so good, man. This is awesome," and you're both talking each other up, but you're both thinking in your mind "This isn't that good."
But I'm trying to milk it. I would place all the mud pies right next to the tents or right next to people. So when they wake up, it'll be right there.
Good deal.
Yes.
Is there anything specific that you'd like to do, Pinky? Yeah, just streamers. You throw confetti around. You're able to fashion out of a stick a whistle, so you can blow that as well.
Yeah, there we go.
A party whistle, and one of the little, the little crankies. Yeah.
I do also have some instruments, but that's neither here nor there. So.
Yeah. You have set up a very lively performance, but alas, the time comes that it is your turn to switch.
Okay.
Nothing seemed to have gone or happened when you were on watch.
Oh, the wake up Moss! I'm gonna go tap Moss on the shoulder. And I'm sure Moss wakes up and takes a look around and is just so bewildered.
He doesn't seem to remember where he's at.
Oh.
Can't remember where he parked his car. Or his goat. Yeah. He gets up and sits down by the fire.
Doesn't notice the decorations.
Yeah, he doesn't even notice. You go to wake Adelaide?
I will claw on the outer wall of or tent, whatever, and make sniff noises and push the tent. Make growl noises.
Let's hear your best growl.
Sounds like a dying animal, but
I'd like you to do another performance check.
Ready?
What's your passive perception?
I think it's 12.
12?
I got a 12.
12.
12.
No, I think that's my passive wisdom. No,
That's passive
that's
perception.
12. Yeah.
So that's just enough. You hear from the outside the sounds that Faith was making of the growling and the scratching. Oh, did I say?
But it still works because
Yeah,
technically it is me. But I
Opal.
would also add little opal, because I wanted her to know it was me.
Oh, so I know it's you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, first you're like, what's that? And then you're like, oh.
Opal.
So then you see
Pinky's giggling. It's a trick.
Adelaide emerge from the tent. Her hair is up in a silk bonnet, and she has this really nice looking really thick blanket that's wrapped around her like this, kind of a little bit over her head, and she just kind of shuffles out. She doesn't say a word. She's just
Face mask.
absolutely
Does she
exhausted.
have a face
Numbers.
Maybe not a face mask, but she is looking very like she's maybe not a middle of the night person.
Yeah. Opal would just be like, okay, you got it. I get it. I'm not gonna bug you. I already did, but you're doing great. Okay, I'm gonna
She
leave.
was staring at Opal with empty eyes, and then as soon as you finish talking, she's and she just turns toward the fire and slowly shuffles.
Yeah.
I had an experience just like this when I was doing scouts, where it was during, we have this thing called the Klondike, where It's camp out in the middle of like December or January where there's snow on the ground, up in the mountains, and this guy, which I won't name, this guy. It was like three. No, it's not Brandon, but I'll have to tell Brandon. He knows who it is. Him and like two other guys got in like a 2-person tent for like to stay warm, and they didn't bring enough bedding. And I had like prepared myself like thoroughly. I had like a cot. I had like super thick blankets, all the stuff. I was so ready. At middle of the night, he comes and shakes my tent. He's like, "Hey, can you get up? I'm going to start the fire." And I thought it was like, oh, it's like 6:30 in the morning. He's starting breakfast. Okay. I get up. I put on all my like warm winter clothes. I go and sit in my camp chair that I literally brought to. I was prepared. I brought this camp chair. I sit down in it, and the moon's still up. I didn't realize this, and I fell back asleep for the next 3 hours. He woke me up at 2:30 in the morning.
Oh my gosh.
Just because he was cold. And he didn't want to be cold in the tent anymore. So he got up to start a fire. And he didn't want to be alone because it's spooky out in the woods. And so he woke me up and I sat by the fire out of my comfy cot for the next like 3 hours. And I woke up. And when I woke up, I was so stiff from being cold. I was like, it hurts so bad. Anyways, that was a little tangent for everybody. Back to the actual what's going on.
So when Adelaide sits down next to the fire, she's gonna like slowly turn and look at Moss, and as he's not saying anything, she's just gonna like turn back to the fire. And also,
I feel like he pulls like what? Just like yeah, just so quiet.
Alia's gonna get up.
Ooh.
So she's gonna get up and kind of just. Is it still raining outside the cave?
Yes, it's still heavy downpour.
Heavy downpour.
well, if that's the case, can Adelaide also have an umbrella so her comfy?
Well, you're in
The cave.
Oh, you're right.
She still brings an umbrella.
Just in case any drifts come down, no one get on the nice silk sheets.
She has her bonnet, her blankie, an umbrella, but she's just kind of letting the umbrella rest like over her head. So it's just kind of like
it's like shading the sunlight of the firelight, so it's not
They see that like Baron still has just nothing.
Oh yeah, Baron's there. Just like
He's asleep, but he's just
and then like back out into the abyss.
you see like motion as someone else kind of gets up and kind of approaches the fire, and you see Alia approaching, well, getting up with you. I would like you to make wisdom perception checks for the next little bit.
Wisdom?
Perception.
Oh, perception.
Ooh,
Perception is
Adelaide
wisdom.
is tired. Like 7.
Goofy tired.
It's okay. So Alia actually has been awake the entire time. So she has gotten no sleep.
Gonna be exhausted tomorrow?
Yep. I rolled a 1, by the way. I rolled a nat 1.
Yeah, you are very tired, but you know, like when you have excitement / anxiety / you can't stop stewing over things.
Yeah.
Along that is how you're feeling right now. You just can't find a week of sleep.
Yep. So Alia's gonna kind of go sit like right on like the cusp of the entrance of the cave, where it's like if she were to take one more step, she would be in the rain.
Okay. As you look out there, you rolled a 1 already, so
Yeah.
it's not much I can describe. You see rain. That's all you see.
Well, I don't like the way that I kind of think of it is she's not looking, if that makes sense. She's like, I don't know if it's happened to you guys, but where you get so caught up in your brain that everything around you is just a blur or like blob.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what she's in right now.
Is there anything that you guys will do differently throughout your time resting? Any changes that you'll make? You're just gonna sit there where you're at. You can do that. I'm not saying like that's the wrong thing.
See, the thing to happen, but unless something like happens, I feel like Adelaide's character would just sit in a comatose state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't blame you. I think that's if that's what they do, that's what they do.
Okay.
So don't feel bad. I'm not saying like I just want to make sure that I'm not cutting you off if you were planning on trying to do something.
Maybe if she makes eye contact with Moss again, she'll kind of like leaves everywhere. And then like stare back stare back at the opening.
You would just literally just grunt.
That's all.
If she's been awake the entire time.
What?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. About halfway through your watch, the sound pierces the rain, almost as though it is the thunder itself. But this isn't the loud boom and a crash of thunder, but the howl and yell of wolves.
Can I tell how close they are?
Make a survival check with disadvantage because we're not really in a comatose state.
Ooh. Do you say survival?
Yeah.
6.
6. You can tell that they're not in the cave. They're out there.
I'm gonna look at Moss. Did he notice the howls? Is it kind of hard to miss? Like
Moss would describe, since he's more connected with nature, in the way Moss would. I don't know how he would say this, but basically, giving it to him for this, he says it sounds like they are in mid-hunt for something. In chase. He describes how like you can tell when something is chasing its prey by the way it sounds. It's not afraid, but emboldened in a sense. And this is through his own words. He kind of gets that sentiment across.
Adelaide will then take herself. I'd probably a little bit more scared. Not like, but like, I mean, she doesn't camp out a whole lot, so she's a little bit like on edge, and she's gonna go and, maybe put down her blanket and her umbrella and get her sword and come back looking a little bit more ready for action in case needed.
As the time goes on, it sounds like it's approaching. As it gets louder and louder. Olivia, since you're at the mouth of the cave, you would see this first.
Okay.
As you're looking, it's almost like you're still in a daze. And it almost doesn't look real. You don't know if you're dreaming or if this is reality. But you see down the ways as the river bends, not 40 feet away from you, you see two figures come bolting out of the tree line up above and both plummet and fall the 30 feet down to the ground below. As they kind of land on the ground, you can see that they don't look very good. They took a lot of damage. I'm going to change the music because this doesn't really seem to fit.
Are they humanoid?
They are humanoid, and as they had jumped off the edge, you can see the dark, almost glowing red eyes of something on four legs following them. And you see another one appear. And another. Another. And then by this point, you can hear the one start kind of making a sound. It almost doesn't sound familiar, but then you're like, oh, that's a name. You hear in the distance and through the rain, the yelling, Kira, get up! And you can see like one of the figures helps the other one stand up as the wolves kind of start circling, finding a path down the edge as the two figures start running towards the river, which is now overfilling. And
Are they on the opposite side of the river, or are they on our side of the river?
they're on your side, but looks like they're running towards the river, which is swollen with all this rainwater, becoming much more treacherous than what you guys had to cross.
Okay. Elia would just like I guess it would kind of snap her out of her daze, I guess, and she would yell, "Hey, up here! Come up here!"
I would probably hear that as well.
You hear that? You'd hear the yell as well.
The cave with Elia.
All right.
And she made a good point. Does she
I would
recognize
recognize
Kira, right?
You would.
Okay.
Yeah.
You would recognize that
You were
name.
right. Good job.
With that, let's roll some initiative. Since
Well, fail.
there is many of you that are asleep, those who are asleep roll disadvantage because you are not in any way prepared. And just so you know, since you have to take off your armor to sleep, none of you have your armor.
Joke's on everyone else.
No, can you sleep in leather armor?
You can sleep in leather armor. You can actually sleep in all types of armor.
Except heavy.
I think you still can.
I'm pretty sure there's disadvantages to doing it.
Do you want me to double check on that?
Yeah, for sure. If it's something that I was going to rule that you could not sleep in armor.
Oh, well, if
But-
that's how you want
Totally
it, I will.
Okay.
No,
If it's something that we want to like say like
He's
this is,
passionate about this.
if you're passionate about it, we can definitely figure it out. But
If your character is the type of person who would sleep in heavy armor, that's gonna have some social consequences, if not mechanical ones.
exactly.
Okay, so this is what it says. Exanther's Guide has something that says sleeping in light armor has no adverse effects on the wearer, but sleeping in medium or heavy armor makes it difficult to recover fully during a long rest. When you finish a long rest during which you slept in medium or heavy armor, you regain only 1/4 of your spent hit dice.
No, thank you.
If you have any levels of exhaustion, the rest doesn't reduce your exhaustion levels.
No, thank you.
So
Sitting up.
There you go. But
Okay.
just so people know, that's the official ruling. But Chase, you are the DM, so you rule it however you want.
No armor. Nikki Dad.
Yeah, I would. I don't know. I would almost say that it would be impossible. I don't know, but like you said, Chase, you the DM, bro.
If you are wearing light armor, I'll give you that since that's what the rulebook said. So that's fine. It's not a big deal.
I ain't sleeping in light armor.
Yeah.
I'm being
If you
calm.
don't feel like your character would sleep in your armor,
It's a pajama jams.
I have no armor either. Jammy jams.
But when she got her sword, she did change into boots. I'm gonna say that so she doesn't ruin her nice sleeping slippers.
hey, it's a good deal.
But she
Okay.
did not put her armor because I didn't say that. I'm just clarifying that she's wearing boots. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. What were you clarifying again?
You
I wasn't sure.
All right,
She's
25 to 20.
appropriate footwear for the occasion, and I want that to be known.
Initiative 25. Oh wait, I need to roll my initiative. One second.
You add your deck, right?
Dex, yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled.
It right there at the initiative thing, so you can just there. You want-
Well, it's +0,
oh, so.
so
There
I
you
guess I could, but
Tori got a nat 20 as well.
Not 20. Okay.
Nice.
Do you have a modifier to your
Nope.
dexterity? Regular.
Regular guy.
Regular guy.
In case you don't know, the rules on AC for when you have no armor, I believe, is 10 plus your dex. Correct?
Straight.
That's what we're going to do.
Just so you know.
So where should I put that? Put my temporary.
You could put it just on the side over here so you know, or just somewhere where you can just look it up.
So I'd be.
Because this is your character sheet, so as long as you know how to read it, you get the majority of everything.
I have 4 character sheets. Just kidding, in case I only have one.
I was like, wait a minute.
Which character do I want to play today?
Have we gotten the benefits of a long rest, or not yet? Because we're still kind of in the middle of one.
Not yet.
Wait. With the 3rd watch, that's all the sleep that Adelaide's gonna get.
Oh, so Adelaide, those who have not rested, Adelaide, you would have had a long rest. Yes. So you're good.
Because I was like, oh man, if I'm not even she's in
Everyone else doesn't.
She's in big
I just wanted to
trouble.
double check. But we have had a short rest since then.
Yes.
Wait, so Adelaide has had full rest at this point? Oh yeah.
All right.
Spell slots.
I think are we ready to tell me some initiatives?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You rolled a 20, Adelaide?
Yes.
Okay. 20 to 15.
Did we all roll so bad?
We all had disadvantage, so.
Yeah, you guys rolled very bad.
Roll insane for sure.
I'm sorry. I'm just came. I guess figured out.
I don't know he hasn't said yet.
Figuring out the boys.
Okay, I'll just. I just.
Okay. All right. 20 to 10.
I had an 11.
12.
12. 12 for Pinky.
I also got
11.
12. Pinky
Oh.
can go first.
Okay. Ren. 11 for
Aliyah, yeah, 11.
There's too many A names in there.
There's just two. Delia and Adelaide. It's
Opals.
Baron and
Oh.
Opal, what'd you get?
Yeah.
I got a 6.
6? A 2.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see these guys.
Wait, Kira's the
Oh god. No, he's a we just said
He was a
bugbear, right?
he's a bugbear.
Hubbear.
He's the
He's a hubbear.
He's
with
a
really long boobs.
All right. To start off with is not Ellie. It is the wolves. At least 2 of them.
Now I'm hungry like the.
As you see, both 2 wolves, the first 2 that were the closest to approaching, they are going to use their dexterity to try to figure out a way down the hill without causing themselves damage. Let's see for acrobatics. One of them rolls a natural 20 as it kind of finds a skidway. The other one sliding rolled a 3. He will take some points of damage.
I love dogs. And me.
That one took. Okay, you see one of them actually takes a very hard tumble as it kind of didn't catch itself before it found the cliff as well, and it tumbles. The other one's easily able to make it down. All right, next up, Adelaide. As you kind of run to the edge of the thing, you can see these 2 people kind of like tromping towards this rushing river. As Aliyah starts yelling out, and they kind of are like kind of turning, not knowing where that sound's coming from.
I'm going to cast light and I'm going to reach out. Is there like maybe like a tree just outside the cave, or a rock, a stone?
I mean, it's a rock face, so you can just
Okay,
plant
she's
it.
just gonna slap part of the rock and then cause that glow, kind of like a beacon.
Okay.
And I think that would be her turn because that takes a full turn. So, and then she's gonna call again and be like, over here, and then can she move? How far away are the wolves again?
The wolves are the ones that are getting down are about 45 feet over and about 15 feet down. So about 45 feet, and we'll just keep it simple. That's about the distance. I don't want to do math. I do that too much in school, anyways. And then you can see up above is like about 55 feet away are the other wolves, like kind of at the top of the hill still.
Okay, I'm gonna move forward, just like 5 feet from the mouth of the cave, not like into the open, but like, not 5 feet, maybe like 10,
Yeah.
15.
You're like kind of
Start
like
marching
right on
forward.
the edge of like where this kind of stone outcropping has a little path from where it's at.
That will be actually real quick. I'm gonna make sure that light is an action and not a. Yeah, that's one action. So her turn's done.
Next up, you see the other figure, the one that helped this Kira up. He is going to kind of look and see the light up, and he's going to use his dash action to get there. Though he is in kind of this muddy, thick, like swollen river, kind of rushing water, and so it's difficult terrain, and he's only able to make it 30 feet. Next up is Kira, as he kind of starts falling as well. He seems to be kind of limping a little bit behind, because he took not much points of damage left behind. So he looks like he's not like it reduces his speed, but he looks a little bit more hurt. So
Okay.
next up, Pinky, you are rustled awake from your sleep by the yells of your comrades saying, "Hey, over here."
Well, Pinky's not gonna bother with armor, cause she's going to fly to the mouth of the cave, kind of see what's going on. I'm assuming because of the yelling, she would have grabbed her bow and arrow.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna shoot at I don't know. I don't think she would shoot at anything because she doesn't really know what's going on. So she'd probably fly to the mouth of the cave and say, "What's going on? What's going on? What's happening?" She'll be like up above, kind of hiding behind like the lip of the cave. Does that make any sense? So she can't be seen from the outside. But yeah, she has no idea what's going on. She sees wolves and people out there, but she's like, "Who's the bad guy?"
Next up, Ren, you are also jostled awake from the yelling.
Okay, yeah. I get up, and I imagine I was using my net as a pillow.
Yeah.
It's not comfy, but it smells like the ocean. It's kind of musky, you know?
Yeah.
But I have that, I get up, and I just like, I have that in my hand, like I just grab it, and maybe I have like a, my spear gun next to me, and I'll just grab it and then just go.
Okay.
So I'll quickly assess where I'm needed, and I'll go there.
Okay. Do you want to make a check to see where you're needed? Or
sure. I mean,
it's up to you. Like, do you feel like you have an idea? Like, would you stay up there, or you want to try to like make your way down to them, or set up something? The world is your oyster.
I mean, yeah, I would probably want to go. Actually, yeah, I want to make a check. Perception?
Yeah.
That is a 23.
Ooh. Okay. with that, you can tell that you have a lot of friends up here kind of not knowing what's going on. And as you get to the lip of the cave, you can kind of expressly, clearly understand. There's 2 figures down there. They look humanoid. They look like they're running away from the wolves that are chasing them down. So one of the wolves looks like it's injured as it kind of gets up. It looks like it's limping.
Okay.
The others look like they're still out for blood. So that is, you have a complete understanding of the situation with a 23, and you can do with that what you will.
Okay, I would like to, because I want to basically deter the wolves, keep them from eating these people. So I feel like with my net, I would like to make some sort of like obstacle, or even like try to get one of them, just to kind of be like slow down, or even like with my like spear gun, just to kind of like stay there, you know. Use that spear to kind of, because it's like connected by a rope, I can maybe
shoot it at him
and maybe keep him in place for a second.
Roll. I'd say you could either do animal handling, or you could do like an intimidation check, whichever is your pick.
Intimidation. I'll do animal handling.
Yeah.
16.
As you kind of take your spear gun and you shoot it at the one that looks like it got down deftly, it hits the ground like not 10 feet in front of it. It kind of like jumps back and like kind of surveys the scene, sees that you are up there, and it kind of growls, looking at kind of like this group of people still running.
Or maybe use, as it hasn't noticed me, or it has?
It did. It looked up there and saw that you were right there, and it kind of like crouched down. You did stop it. It's not. It looks like it's like got to the point where it's like.
I would like to kind of like whistle, or do like a little like to like kind of like taunt it a little bit, just to kind of like. Just to get it away from like them, and like if it needs to chase me, or if it, I don't know, something.
Yeah. I'll just allow you to do that. You're like, hey, over here.
Yeah, it's just talking, really. So,
I think you can just definitely do that, and we'll see what the consequences and what the wolves choose to do in the moment. Next up, Elia. You are there.
So this is just real quick for me, just trying to get a picture in my brain, kind of what the terrain looks like.
Yeah.
Are we looking up at these people or down, or?
So you're looking down. You guys found a cave that runs along kind of the cliff face of the small, like, little valley cut out from this, like, river. The river itself is starting to swell up from all the rain that's getting this night, so the actual water table has risen to where the banks at the bottom there have become like this marshy, muddy pit that they're trying to climb through, and they look like they were trying to run their way through the river, trying to put something in between them. They had been up on top of the cliff and had jumped off the edge, trying to get away from the wolves, and the wolves are still pursuing them. So you're halfway up the rock wall face, and so you're about 15 feet up from the bottom of where these guys are at.
So they're 15 feet away from us?
They're not 15 feet away from you. It's 15 feet up for them to get to where you're at.
Oh.
And right now they're probably 30 feet more away from you.
Okay.
So they got a little bit of time before they can actually get up to you.
So, I think the first thing that Elia would do is I'm going to use my action to just like calm herself, right? To kind of like just take a deep breath and be like, okay, okay, and just basically just say that over and over and over, just like, okay. She's going to move out into the rain. Are there any of the wolves behind them? The two other people.
So you see, two of them have fallen down. One of them doesn't really look like it's interested anymore because it's taken a lot of damage. But one of them looks like it's kind of waiting for some. It was startled by Ren, and you see three up above on the cliff face looking down at you guys, and there's kind of like a little pathway from here up to where they are, and from them up down to where you're at.
So the one that is down on the ground that Ren surprised or like caught its attention, can I have you make an intelligence save?
Yeah, of course.
Are you quickening the spell, David?
Is this bonus action?
Oh wait, yo, whoa, haha, never mind. Yeah, sorry, my brain is like way other places. Give me one sec. I'm thinking. My bad. I'm like, yeah, let's do this. All right. So what I'm actually going to do is, yeah, I'm gonna just move out into the rain, and I'm gonna start running down towards the people.
Okay, so it's like a 15-foot drop from where you're at down to where they are. It's like a cliff face.
Oh, it's a cliff face. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Sorry, it's a little bit harder with like theater of the mind.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
Questions on what's going on.
It's a slant, but
Yeah, it's a cliff face. That's why there's like a cliff face. Like you're on a little plateau with a cave and another cliff face up to 30 feet. Down farther is the cliff face, and the wolves are on top, falling down. People jumped off the cliff face down. That's why they took fall damage. Kind of like the same thing that happened to you and Opal earlier.
Okay, so I am not going to jump. I'm going to try and so I'm going to retcon that. I'm going to run back into the cave, and could I, like, I don't know if it's okay with you, but like a free action, I would imagine the rope that we used to tie the unconscious dude is just laying right there.
Yeah.
Would
like,
you be
the
like
rope that you guys used for like the getting across the river is right there as well? So
yeah, I would. She would probably grab the rope and run back out. Just as far as I could get. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I think what you have the time to do, and since you already used your action, and there's a little bit of actions, like to use an object is like considered an action.
Right.
Let's say that you can get to the rope and you're standing right by it, you're right about to grab it. And you can do that on your next turn.
Cool. Yep, do that.
Okay. All right. Next up is Baron.
okay. So I hear all this going on. Grab bow and a few arrows and my sword.
How many arrows do you grab?
I'll grab 3.
Okay.
Just quick, just kind of handful, just grab them and go. I imagine that's pretty easy to survey kind of what's going on.
It's dark. For you. You're able to make out the shapes and stuff like that, though it is very dark. It's like you can start seeing like a little bit of the light kind of coming out, but it's still so cloudy and dark that to kind of get a clear picture of what you're going to do, you'd have to make a perception check. Like,
Is that a free action?
It'd be a free action because I let it be a free action for you.
Not one. Golly.
It's hard to see, man.
Okay, so I'll grab that as I'm running in. What's going on?
Okay.
I'm gonna say anything.
Can I tell him what's going on?
Yeah, go ahead. You can role play in combat, by the way.
Okay, I'm gonna call back. Are you running out?
I'm kind of running towards you guys as I'm saying this because I just grabbed my stuff real quick. I saw Elia coming in and grabbing the rope. I see pretty much everyone at the mouth of the cave. So as I'm kind of getting up, I'm saying what's going on.
And Adelaide's gonna say there's wolves attacking from the forest, and she's gonna kind of point to the ones that are closest. So like maybe the closest 3.
And with that, you'd be able to see the ones that she points out.
Okay. And I imagine, did you say anything about the people or no? Just the wolves?
The people are almost to the cave, aren't they?
They're still like 45 feet.
You roll a natural one, so if you didn't say it, then...
Well, then I would also kind of say there's wolves attacking from the woods, and then I'm going to point out the 3, and then I'm going to say, and there's more vigils. What would they be called? A vigil. There's more vigil wannabes over there by the river.
Recruits.
Okay.
There's more recruits by the river.
Okay. As what's going on, I'm gonna run and jump out of the cave.
Okay. Make a acrobatics check.
Okay. Not 20.
I grabbed my D6
with
to roll for damage.
With a +6.
+6. So yeah.
He looks epic.
As he's running, you're like pointing out, and he just
flowing.
Like rolls through it. It's still like it's like a Spider-Man pose as he's going. He jumps out. You roll on the dirt. You get covered in mud, but you're down there. You see not too far, like 25 feet away from you, the 2 guys. Like one of them kind of like grabbed the other by the arm and is kind of just trudging towards you. 15 feet behind them is the wolf that, like, that Ren kind of startled.
Sure. Okay. As I'm running, I'll take a shot. Let it go.
Okay. See if you hit.
Nat 20.
Oh my gosh. For one thing,
Let's go.
Roll on the lingering effects table as you roll damage.
9 points of piercing damage as I let fly this arrow.
Nice.
Just give me 1 second to get their stat block up.
Baron's looking real cool right now. Sort of playing whack-a-mole with the skeletons.
Look. Some days there's off days, and some days you just need a good night's of sleep. You know,
a good
on
night.
hard rock.
All right.
He's like, "What's going on?" The wolves.
He's just ready. Yeah. So as you pull back, you shoot, and you just laser focus on this, and you hit the wolf right into the side, and it sinks deep, and you can see the thud. And these aren't really sharp arrowheads.
No.
They're very dull. And it's mostly the impact of hitting that causes such a large amount of damage. You can even see like the indent in the ribs as you break some of the ribs. This creature now has broken ribs.
Yo, let's go. Okay, and how close can I get to these individuals with
that's about right where you're at, because you ran out of the cave and jumped. So you're at where you can move.
Okay.
And
as a bonus action, are there any just rocks, like fist-sized rock?
Grab some mud. There's a couple of rocks in it. River stones.
That'll work. Okay.
With that, it's the 3 wolves on top's turn. How much damage did you do, action?
9.
9 points. Okay.
Oh wait, I did more because I have to roll again. I'm so sorry because I 12 points of damage.
Ooh. Wow. Okay, good to know. With that, it's the 3 wolves go as they see their 2 friends down below get one fall down, and then the other one just gets and starts bleeding out really hardcore. they kind of sit there and start howling and kind of gnashing their teeth, like almost in defensive, like in frustration and rage. They do not go down below. Seeing what happened. They stay their ground. Opal, it is your turn.
We'll get up and run to her comrades and figure out. Okay, what? What's going on? Wolves, yeah.
Adelaide's gonna say the exact same thing. Made them. Those guys.
And then you point out that Baron just jumped off the cliff.
And then no, he's down there.
Yeah. Opal will run back in the cave, grab one of the streamers down, and create a cone, and face towards the cave and let out a roar. I'm trying intimidation check for the wolf.
Okay.
Wait.
Roll your intimidation check. Oh, why is this not playing anymore?
Because once it goes through one loop, it stops.
Oh, really? It hasn't been doing
Oh,
that.
really?
Okay.
Maybe it's just with the combat one.
It's better than other rolls.
I'm not doing combat now. Just doing.
I got a 15.
I should be doing. No.
Yeah, that's better. Okay. 15. All my dice just roll terrible.
A 15?
15.
Roll a contested intimidation.
Well, now my sparkly one's like, I'm intimidated. Let me roll all 15 numbers.
So as you kind of sit there and you get to the edge, you yell out. And
as deep as they can go, so it sounds like a legit monster.
You see the wolves on the cliff kind of quiet up as you yell out. Back to the start of the round is the wolves at the bottom.
Okay.
They both, the one that had kind of fallen down is going to kind of get up limping and it's going to start running the opposite direction. The one that you shot, Ben, is going to, like, it got hit so hard that it fell on the ground. It kind of scampers back up, runs 15 feet away, falls back down, gets back up, and it keeps running.
So they're both retreating?
Let me see if
for
it can
two.
use its action. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw. It got a natural one. As it keeps running, it tries to make the dash action, but because it did not make the saving throw, it cannot use its actions or reactions. And as it just falls down again onto the mud.
Nice.
Look, this is a little now. It's just louder with some of the other types of music.
Mm-hmm.
All right, with that, is back to your turn, Allie.
So the two at the bottom are both retreating?
Yeah, both retreating very poorly. They look very hurt.
And the ones up there are subdued, or do they still look angry?
They
Little fright?
look frightened.
Frightened?
Yeah.
So since they're already leaving, I'm going to cast sleep at the ones that are up at the top.
Okay. What's the range of sleep?
90 feet?
90 feet? Okay. Good deal. This will hit all the wolves. It will start with the ones at the lowest hit points and then go up from there. So roll your dice for it.
Is it going to affect the ones at the bottom?
Yes.
Since I'm not aiming for them?
I think it.
It's just
What's the radius of effect? Because that also makes a difference.
My bad. I should have written more. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Range is 90 feet. It says the spell sends creatures into a magical slumber. Roll 5d8. The total is how many hit points of creatures this spell can affect. Oh, within 20 feet of the point that you choose within range.
So that way you can mark it just for the ones up there.
Okay. Oh, because they're 90 feet away, so I could still attack them and be in that 20 feet.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fireball or something like that. You pick a point, and within 20 feet radius of that, it affects it.
Okay, and then I would roll these. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. 7, 8, 10, 17, 22.
Okay. You see one of the wolves falls asleep as it's kind of sitting there. It just slumps down. The other wolves kind of jump back at this. And that is your turn.
For sake of the end. And
Yes. I need to go use the restroom real quick because I drank some water. But
Who's up next?
The figure.
Oh, it's the
It's
people.
the-
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This break during combat is brought to you by.
Opal's oddities. Opal.
Ghirardelli
Sharon
chocolate. Just kidding.
Ghirardelli.
Ghirardelli.
Actually, Tori did have a good point. She told me this a while ago that when we have like random breaks like this, we should have like a set thing that always happens, like Pinky's, Pinky story time with Pinky or Opal's oddities.
I don't know. Step up on the
Ren's Ren's random facts.
Ren's fishing metaphors.
Yes.
They're like
I'm not hearing
demons with Jack Handy, but they're all fishing related.
Yeah.
Gotta come
So
up with some
fun
stories.
Yeah. Someone's got to share a story or a thought or a something.
Something that's 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
7 seconds. 6 seconds.
I'm back.
Bless you.
With 6 seconds to spare.
Fun fact. Dave learned how to stop hiccups yesterday in the weirdest way, and I thought it was a joke in order to make me do something silly and dumb. So I didn't do it.
Do it later.
No. But it was what Chase did, right?
Yeah, you go like this, and you like try to put your fingers together as much as you can, as close as you can, without having them touch. You just really look at it and see how close you can get without making them touch.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Thought it was dumb, and Chase told me that there's dumb boys in his class. I'm like, you're being a dumb boy. I'm gonna go get water. All right, that's the story of the day. Maybe do that when you have hiccups. Tell me how it goes. Okay.
So, next up are the two figures as they will make their way. You can see them now up close as they run up to you. They are covered in grime and sweat. It looks like they've been running for a while.
Quick, up that way.
They see like kind of the cliff, and they can use their action to get to you with the difficult terrain. You see one of them is an earth genasi, kind of using the spear to kind of help the hobgoblin with the really long arms, kind of slung over her shoulders. They're kind of like run/waddle up to the cliff, kind of getting behind you. They both kind of like lean up against the stone, just breathing heavily. Next up, Pinky, it's your turn.
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused. Are there still wolves that are up, that are kind of on the lower level, or are all the wolves that are still alive?
The wolves
like,
on the
up
lower
on the top?
level. The wolves on the lower level are still up. They are retreating, trying to run away as fast as they possibly can, so they do not die. As
Okay.
they look frightened, like tail between their leg, running away.
Okay, cool. Then Pinky's going to shoot at the wolves up top. He's gonna pop out of the cave and shoot them, I guess.
Since you weren't stealthy, you don't get sneak attack on this. Just but
Yeah, an 8 probably doesn't hit them.
that's not gonna hit. Sorry. Though you do
Yeah.
shoot
So then
at
she's
them,
gonna go
they
and hide.
shoot over it. It hits somewhere in the bushes behind them. Yeah. With that, next it's Ren's turn.
Okay. Do I need to make a hide check?
Oh yeah, do your bonus action hide.
Where's my stealth? 15.
Okay, good to know.
So, explain to me the current situation right now.
So the current situation, the two wolves that chased them down the cliff are running away. One has fallen over just because of it can't really do much right now. The other one has dashed away. The ones on top, one of them has fallen asleep. The other ones look like they're kind of starting to see that they've been off more than they can chew, and are backing away.
So they're running away. Like they're not. Okay.
You can keep doing whatever you want to do. If you want to keep throwing stones at them, you can. You monster.
You can, but you shouldn't feel good about it. No, So after I shot my spear gun, I'll just kind of bring it back, while kind of looking around, assessing the situation. And where are the people? Did they?
They're down at the bottom of the cliff, kind of where you're at.
And what efforts are being made to bring them up?
You saw Olivia run back into the cave, and she's right at this moment she'd be picking up a rope.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, I think I would just pull in my spear and. I mean, maybe no. If they're running away, I'll leave them. I'm not a monster. So I will kind of just approach where they would be brought up to just help. So I'm not really doing anything, really.
No worries.
So yeah.
Good thing to do. Next is Olivia.
Dang straight it is. So yeah, Elia's just gonna grab the rope. And is there a place where she could tie it off?
Yeah, it's a
throw it
cave.
over?
It has stalagmites for the bottom, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
You see one there,
Okay.
pretty close to the mouth of the cave.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and tie a knot around the thing.
Yeah, do a sleight of hand check for your knot tying speed.
13.
I think that's quick enough. You're able to do a quick square knot just around it, just so it stays.
Oh, would I have time to throw it over the edge?
Yeah, I'd say that's easy. You tie it up and you throw it out, and that's about as much as you can get.
Yeah. That would be my turn.
Okay. Next up is Baron. As you look up this, the wolf that you shot is kind of slowly kind of getting up, and it kind of is head bowed. You can see it's bleeding a lot, and it kind of looks back and looks like it's going to start kind of hobbling away again.
Mm-hmm. And the ones up on the ridge they're going away.
Going away. The one that fell down is going away. This one is the closest one to you, and he looks really hurt.
How close is he to me?
He would be about 20 feet away from you.
If everyone else is running away, I'll go up to him and I'll put him out of his misery, if that's okay.
Yeah. So you kind of approach him, and he growls angrily at you. What do you do to put him out of his misery?
I think they'll use. I think I can get a cleaner kill with the bow. Just quick, like if I'm close enough,
Yeah.
I can probably get a better clean shot with that rather than trying to go in with a sword. I think the sword, and plus the sword's rusty, so like I just feel like I wouldn't be able to get a very clean.
And it's still in fight or flight mode. It's a panel backed up to a corner. Okay, make your attack.
So I'll probably get within like 10 feet of it and take a shot.
Okay.
It's gonna be a 14 to hit.
That will hit.
9 points of damage.
You pull back. You aim true, right for where its heart is, as it's kind of turned towards you, growling, trying to nurse the other side, which has the other wound on it.
Wound on it.
And easily enough, right into the heart, and it gives out one last little yelp before falling to the ground, unmoving.
And then I don't know if you'll let me do it right now, since I feel like we're kind of out of combat now.
As that happens, combat ends, and the other
Ready.
wolves run away. You can still do what you're going to do, though.
Okay.
I'm just gonna pick up the wolf and fling it over my shoulder,
Okay.
and I'll start moving back towards the individuals, which I imagine are probably starting to get
Climb up the
closer.
rope. Oh, well, what would you
I
like
was
to do?
just gonna yell again.
Yeah.
Rah!
You yell again, and the wolves run away even faster.
Rah! And then I would have come out with my little microphone that I made, megaphone.
Little megaphone for parties.
Yeah.
As these two exhausted figures climb up the rope, half needing to get help from those above to kind of hoist them even as much. You see Kira, the one that you all met at the Vigil outpost, and you see Pinky. You would recognize this guy, the Earth Genasi, as the same one that you saw in Mosswood as well, as the same one that they met in the other Vigil outpost in Lethanor. As they kind of get up, they look around, and they kind of just fall down. Just they look exhausted. The Kira, the first one to speak, he'll look kind of sullenly up to you, just eyes kind of like almost rolling back. He says, "Thank you. I don't think I had the strength to cross the river."
Is it just the two of you?
Yes. We. And he looks around, sees how many we lost the others. And then the other guy, who seems to be in a little bit better condition, he kind of takes the spear and kind of stands himself up. And yesterday, we were attacked. Olivia met us as we woke up at our ferry ring, and she took us back to her cabin. She was explaining some of the things going on, and we were tasked with our test. And right after that, we were surrounded. The undead were all around us. They attacked. Cecilia, Wake, and Kess, along with Olivia, were beaten, and they dragged them away, tying them up. We got out of there just barely with our lives. And he looks around and, "Wait a minute. This is the cave that we stayed in last night." And he turns to Kira and says, You were right. We were really close back to it. You got a really good sense of direction. And Kira kind of turns and says, many days of hunting teaches someone such a skill. And that's where we're going to end it.
Oh. Just with some homemade touches.
Mhm.
The cave.
The cave.
Man.
With that, we'll have to see you next week where we continue up with our conversation and finishing our long rest.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for hanging out with us tonight.
It was a good time. Sorry I was
Dungeon.
gone so much.
No worries. Dungeon.
Dungeon.
Wait for McKay to finish the video.